Hey everyone, and welcome to the best scary story series of 2022. For this video, we have 3 stories. One is a winter cabin story, the other 2 are missing person stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. It helps out the channel immensely, and it only takes just a quick second. Let's see if we can reach 1,200 likes on this one. I know that might sound a bit ambitious, but I feel like if everyone dropped a like, we could definitely do it. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post a long video just like this one every Tuesday. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest with all of you, we didn't do that many long series in 2022. I feel like we did a lot of them in 2021, and I'm not really sure what the reason for that is. So if you would like to hear more long series in 2023, be sure to let me know. But let's get into the stories. Sit back, grab a coffee, pack a bowl, whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy, tell someone you love them, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. The temperatures dropped in late October, and by mid-November, all but the last straggling leaves were left on the branches of the trees outside. That's how it was every year, and after the leaves fell, the snow came. Sure, there were isolated cases of the stuff throughout November, even a snowy day or two in October if you were unlucky, but it rarely stuck, and the snow that did stick melted away soon after. No, the bad stuff wouldn't ever come until December hit. I hated the snow. Every year the snow would fall, and every year it would bring with it roaring winds and temperatures that dropped well below freezing. Walking in the stuff is hell. It freezes your toes and the air nips at your face and hands. After a trek in the snow, your lips freeze so that it becomes hard to talk. Coming out of a blizzard is a kind of chill that seeps into your bones and takes hours to properly shake out. Even as a child, I hated the way the others would gallivant through the stuff, as if it were some kind of godly miracle, rain after a drought. But I could see it for what it really was. Each snowflake has 6 sides. Each snowflake has intricate patterns that seem only a cosmic artist could produce. And yet the same properties of snow that allow this to happen are the same ones that allow it to accumulate on the earth. In the snow, everything is cold. I could never stand it. I watched the others throw snowballs at each other and shuddered at the thought of it myself. To have the tiny white crystals climb across my face, find their way into my clothes and along my naked skin. To feel the frozen touch of Jack Frost and his delicate torture is what I hated the most about the stuff. So why, then, would I live in such a place as this? I lived in a cabin with my wife, Kate. It was sufficiently far enough away from town that we had the privacy we wanted and the ease of living that we had grown accustomed to. The town was close enough, maybe 15 or 20 minutes by car. We had bought the place only a few years prior, but we both had fallen so in love with it. After 3 miscarriages, a chance of peace is what we both needed, and with Kate's inheritance, we had the means. The cabin was meant to be a place where we would spend our springs, our summers. The back opened to a beautiful field that filled with wonderful-looking wildflowers when the temperatures rose, and encircling us was a ring of tall evergreens and leafy trees that helped to provide shade in the summer. At first, we left the cabin when the temperatures fell. We would spend the cold months away in a more sheltered environment, but when catastrophe hit the family and she lost her inheritance, the cabin was all we could afford to keep. I had to keep up a job in town and spent the autumn with her in our little stretch of what used to be paradise. Kate soon fell in love with the area in the fall, but I couldn't be so easily swayed. It was harder for her to garden in the season, but she supplemented this with walks in the cool autumn air under the falling leaves. When the snow came around, I was filled with misery. Every year the storms would come, and every year we would have to weather them out. They always hit hard and always hit long. The valley was shaped in such a way that the northern wind would be funneled into a pinpoint and become trapped behind the mountains. When the snow came, it came hard. I dreaded the winter. We would spend the days in the dwindling light of the fireplace and wait until the shaking of the house finally stopped, and then we would head into town. We'd buy what we needed to survive the next storm, and then we'd lock ourselves in once again to await the next onslaught. Kate made the best of the situation, but I never could. One year we spent Thanksgiving at Kate's sister's house. It had been a while since we'd done so, and she invited us to stay for the winter. She had just gotten through a divorce and she'd have extra room for us to stay, and so it was decided we would stay the winter there. And we did the next year too. And after she remarried, she managed to find space for us despite the growing family. December had begun. We were late. We only had a few hours left until the storm started, and they started early this year, earlier than every year before. Kate was busy packing in the room. I was gathering personal items out of the kitchen and living room. Late. We were running late. We needed to be out of here by tonight, out of the valley by tonight, or else we'd have to bunker down for a while. And I didn't want that. I couldn't have that. "You almost done up there, honey?" I called. From the staircase came a shrill reply. "Almost. I'm just looking for... Oh, never mind. I found it." I heard the suitcase hit the floor above me and begin rolling towards the flight. I headed up to meet Kate at the top. "You all done?" she said. I nodded as I picked up the giant suitcase. "Alrighty, let's go." "Don't have to tell me twice." We began moving the luggage out to the pickup. There was snow in the ground, where there had been for a while, but it was only an inch or so thick. Nothing I couldn't handle. Not yet, anyway. But on the air I could feel a breeze beginning, something just beyond the mountains that I couldn't quite see yet. I checked the back. Everything was loaded up and ready to go. I closed it and climbed into the driver's seat where Kate was already waiting for me and the passengers. "What took you so long?" she joked. "Just saying my goodbyes." "And here I was thinking you hated it here." I chuckled. She always knew how to lighten the mood. I hit the ignition and the truck rumbled to life. It was frozen on the inside, but before long the windows began to melt and the interior began heating up. The truck jerked forward and then rolled onto the frozen pavement, following the black tracks of several journeys into town before us. Except this time, we wouldn't come back. Not for a long while. The sun dropped early like it always did around this time of year. Not that it could be seen behind the white sheet of clouds anyhow. By the time darkness was upon us, we were almost out of the valley with good time too. Kate shifted in her seat a little, then started looking around her. "What did you lose?" I said, keeping my eyes on the road. She checked underneath her. "Where's my ring?" "Your ring?" "Yes, my wedding ring." "Did you leave it?" "I think I left it." "Well, we can't go back for it." "We have to go back for it." "What did I just..." "Milo, we need to go back." She had urgency in her voice. "But we have to go back." "It's just a ring, honey." "But it's our ring." I knew she wasn't going to let up. As indifferent as I was to the idea of leaving the ring for until we got back, I knew Kate wasn't the same way. She was a sucker for all things tacky, especially when it came to our relationship, especially so since the miscarriages. And it didn't help that she had a habit of taking off the ring subconsciously and leaving it places. "If we go back now, we'll be stuck." "Only for a little while. The first storm isn't usually that big." I groaned. I knew we were going to have to go back eventually. Okay, fine. But if the power goes out tonight, I'm blaming you." She hugged me, and I nearly swerved off the road. The truck pulled over and we got back on the highway the opposite direction. Not many cars were driving, but the few that were on the road were heading out of the valley. We were driving into the maw of the storm. Snow began to fall, lightly at first, but by the time the pickup pulled into the frozen driveway, giant snowflakes were already swirling in the growing wind. We pulled the luggage inside so it wouldn't freeze, and I powered up the heater. Although we'd only been gone a few hours, the house had already lost much of its heat. Kate ran upstairs to find her ring, and I got the fire started, grumbling silently to myself about having to stay here, but trying not to be mad at Kate. After all, she saw the ring as a symbol of our strength as a couple. She only wanted it because she loved me. After a few, Kate stumbled down the staircase and joined me by the fire to warm up, ring on her finger. The thing glinted in the soft firelight, and for a moment neither of us said anything while we warmed ourselves up, just enjoying each other's company. I should get something started for dinner. Kate stood up and walked behind me into the kitchen. The fire crackled softly while the wind outside began to press on the windows. Need anything from town before it gets too windy? I heard her move through the kitchen and she checked the pantry. No, we have some dry food and cans here that'll work. I settled in for a long night. Hopefully we'd be able to leave by the morning. Kate cooked us some noodles and we retired early. The house was sufficiently heated that we could go to sleep in our own bed. Unfortunately, the cable was having its own share of problems due to the weather, but the VCR player worked fine and we settled in for watching a movie while we fell asleep. In the night, I could hear the wind pick up, and even felt the house shudder a few times. But inside, we were fine. I was awake well before the winter sun was. Already I could tell that the storm hadn't stopped or showed yet. We could be out of here after noon if we were lucky, but it was more likely that we'd be stuck another day. I cursed to myself. We still had enough cans to feed us for a while, but the food was mostly bland, generic ingredients. Kate preferred having exotic ingredients to cook with. In spring, she would grow her little garden and cook us delightfully intricate meals dressed with strange spices that I picked up for her in town. They weren't always good, but most of what she cooked was delicious, especially if she knew the recipe well. More often than not, I found myself coming back for seconds. I waited in the kitchen until I could notice light outside. The cloud cover blocked most of it, but before long there was a definite increase in visibility just beyond the window. Kate was a light sleeper. She would be awake sooner or later. I watched the snow whip by the window and freeze the glass wherever it could. The wind whistled a mournful song as the sun rose and began to heat the air ever so slightly. Steps on the staircase alerted me to Kate's presence. She crawled into the kitchen and rubbed her eyes before sitting down next to me, eyes facing the window. "Sorry," she said. "Sorry for what? Making you turn the car around? We should have left." We'll be fine. What's one more day, Just don't lose your ring again, you goof." The wind made the house shudder. "You'd better call Cynthia before the phone line goes out," I reminded Kate. "Tell her that we'll be a day late." She agreed and made her way to the phone. The day moved slowly by. We made do and watched more movies on tape and took advantage of the power we still had. When the light outside began dimming once again, we noticed that the wind outside had slowed considerably. We would go to bed early and leave first thing in the morning. We should have had enough time to get out before another bombardment came. The night came and we went to bed early, holding each other under the comforter to keep warm in the coldest days of the year. Morning came and to my relief the sky was mostly clear. The snow had stopped but had added several more inches to the ground cover. Nothing the truck couldn't handle, though. Kate was already awake and making us some food. The electricity had apparently gone out in the night, but all it took was a restart from the fuse box to get things heating up again. In an hour, we had everything in the car. and we were ready to hit the road as the sun snaked its way into the southern sky behind the mountains. I climbed into the driver's seat and hit the ignition. The car shuddered. I hit it again. Nothing. Again. Again. Nothing and nothing happened. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Shit. I hit the wheel. Start, you stupid piece of... Kate looked uncomfortable. We'll be fine. I'll check the hood. I reassured her. I cursed some more when I got out. I popped the hood and checked everything underneath. It all seemed functional. Something was wrong somewhere else. Maybe the age of the truck was finally catching up to it. I shut the hood and wrapped my arms around me to warm myself up. And that's when I noticed the scrapes on the side of the truck. No, not scrapes, I decided. Scratches. Deep and seemingly deliberate, but I hadn't noticed them before. 3 of them parallel to each other, but not inorganically straight, leading underneath the car and increasing with intensity as they moved. I groaned to myself and dropped to my knees, instantly soaking them. Then I pulled my coat over my head and rolled onto my back before dragging myself under the truck. The scratches continued here, much deeper and incredibly destructive. What began as thin lines were now deep gouges across the bottom of the pickup, destroying several vital systems and emptying out the fluid. I couldn't just patch this up. I pulled myself out from underneath and stood up, brushing the snow off my clothes as best as I could before knocking on the window and beckoning Kate to come out. What's wrong? Her voice came out soft. Our ride's busted. Some kind of fucking animal got trapped underneath and destroyed it. I tried cooling myself off. I knew Kate hated seeing me angry. What kind of animal would do that? I shook my head and took a few deep breaths. We can still get out of here, but we need to be quick. The neighbors might be willing to give us a ride into town. If worse comes to worse, we can rent a car. We moved inside to warm up, and I headed to the phone book. The neighbors. Home phone of the Griffiths. The line beeped. I tried again. Nothing. Somewhere along the line their phone went down, but not ours. The universe was really testing what I was willing to stand. I calmed myself before relaying the news to Kate. I'm going to have to head over there, I told her, slipping my coat on. What? No, it's cold out there. I'll be fine. I'll be back in an hour, no less. At least let me come with you. I shook my head. You're tiny. You'll freeze. Don't worry about me. All right, she said, sitting down. But if you're not back here by 10, I'm sending the cops after you. I smiled. I'm sure you are. The door closed and the smile on my face froze into a scowl. The cold immediately siphoned any remaining heat from the inside away from my exposed skin and into the frigid air. I hugged myself tighter and began the trek to the Griffiths' place. I followed the road and listened carefully for any stray cars that might drive by. The closest neighbors were in the opposite direction of town, but the road did eventually meet up with a bigger road somewhere down the line. The only problem was that it headed up into the mountains, so whoever would be driving down here was either heading home or decided driving through the unplowed snow in the mountains was a better option than taking the long way around. The cold remained constant throughout my journey. I felt no noticeable difference in temperature even when the sun peaked above the cloud tops and landed on my face. I trudged through the snow for several minutes until my legs were tired, and then I kept moving. All the while, not a single car came by. Nobody was going anywhere. Either everyone had already left, or weren't planning on it anytime soon. My toes began to feel the cold despite my double layering and thick boots. I knew I would be fine, but the cold still bothered me. I wouldn't be able to get relief for a while now, so the best I could do was ignore it. And to think at this point we could almost be to Kate's sister's place. My thoughts turned to the truck. Whatever animal had somehow gotten stuck under there must have been quite large to create those marks, and to have gotten stuck in the first place. My best guess was a bear. Maybe a bit on the smaller side as far as bears go, but still a bear. It wasn't unheard of for a bear to deface property sometimes. Kate and I had our fair share of bears ripping into our trash bins, but nothing on our car before. Maybe it was looking for shelter underneath, and when it discovered the space was just a bit too cramped, freaked out. Whatever the reason, the animal must have been there pretty early in the night because there weren't any tracks left over in the morning. I trudged on and checked my watch. It had been more than a half hour. I would be there in a few minutes. I crested a hill and saw the roof of the house rise above the treetops surrounding it. I crossed the road and headed down the path, now snowed over and apparently devoid of any car tracks. Good. They should still be there. I moved through the unshoveled snow and under the evergreens until I rounded the bend and the house loomed. It was larger than mine and Kate's. It had to be, naturally. The Griffiths had 3 kids. Climbing onto the porch, something felt off. The house looked empty. No lights were on, no smoke coming out of the chimney. The windows were iced over, implying an apparent lack of heat inside the home. But the car was still in the driveway, underneath a few inches of snow. I slid to the door and gave it a knock. I waited and hit the doorbell. Frustration began boiling up in me. Why weren't they home? They were always home in the winter. I looked around. They obviously left some time before the storm hit, but how, I didn't know. Maybe someone picked them up. Perhaps they had another car I didn't know about, but they had no garage. I stepped back and weighed my options. I could try walking to town. That would take hours at the speed I was moving. Going anywhere without a car would take hours. I could wait by the road and hope someone came by. No, that wasn't reliable. I was running out of time. Before long, we'd be trapped here for another 3 days, and I couldn't fathom it. No, we had to get out. The Griffiths had entrusted me with the house key one summer while they were away, but I didn't have it. Damn it, I should have grabbed it. I figured they would understand if I maybe went in to find their car keys. They were always more than helpful, but there was no way I could ask permission first. Just ask for forgiveness. I checked around to see if there was a spare nearby. No dice. So I turned around and begrudgingly began the journey home. I had assumed I'd have a car to ride in on the way home. I wouldn't be back by 10 o'clock, maybe 10:30 if I was lucky. Hopefully Kate wouldn't get too worried. I hauled my ass back to the cabin and shook the snow off my frozen boots. Kate heard the door close and called to me. You're late. Turns out the neighbors are missing. Kate's face appeared from around the corner. What? Yeah, gone. I popped off a boot. But we might be able to drive their car to town if I can get in the house. Another boot fell to the floor. You can't take their car. We need it. They'll forgive us. She crossed her arms. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they should have to. You got any better ideas? I could feel my voice getting louder. Silence for a minute. Fine, Kate said in a low voice. But at least let me go this time. I sat down in front of the fireplace and began warming up my digits. No, it's okay. I sighed. I'll go. Just give me a minute to warm myself up. Kate sat down next to me and put a hand on my shoulder. I groaned internally at the thought of going back outside. A half hour or so passed and I prepared myself to head back out. I opened the door, and to my horror, I saw fat snowflakes falling out of the sky. Damn it. I slammed the door. What? It's snowing again. I kicked off my boots and pulled off my hat. I can't make it over there before another storm hits. I'll have to wait. Kate said nothing. I sat down in the kitchen and sighed, watching with anger as the snow fell quickly and settled neatly on the already thickening snow cover outside. Kate poured me some tea and busied herself in the kitchen, rearranging plates and spices so that everything looked nice. The sky darkened and the wind began picking up while we made ourselves some lunch and tried in vain to find some form of entertainment. The house began shaking, and by dinner time, a full-on blizzard had made its way into the valley. We ate our bland food and I retired early, hoping that when I awoke the storm would let up, but knowing that that wouldn't be the case. The forecasts all said the storm season was going to be bad this year, something about the ocean being a different temperature than it usually was. I let the wind drive me to sleep. I slept in despite my attempts to wake up. The house was noticeably colder and the sky was still dark. Enough forces worked against me that I stayed in bed and under the sheets longer than I should have. Not that there was anything else to do anyway. I climbed out at around 10 and made my way downstairs. The power was out and the floor was cold. I lit a fire and settled in front of it for a bit before looking for something to eat. As I sat and ate my toast, I thought about Kate and my honeymoon. Oh, what I would have given just to be there right then. Sunny Bahamian days and swaying mangroves on the winter at night. Even the nights there were warm. I was willing to bet it was 90 degrees. I abhorred the storm outside. Kate came down later than me and rubbed her arms. It's cold, she said absently. No shit, Sherlock. Power's out. She sat by the fire and I brought her some toast. Gas should still work. We could make coffee the old-fashioned way. But you don't like black coffee, I told her. Yeah, but you do. We stared at the flames for a minute. Gonna need some firewood soon, I remarked. Weren't planning on being out here for so long. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Well, I didn't mean it like... Relax, stress case. I'm kidding. She stood up and headed into the kitchen. In the day, we found some board games and played them while we waited out the blizzard. As the sky grew darker, we lit some candles to light up the area a little bit. We also brought down bedding from upstairs and made ourselves a comfortable little nest in front of the fire. Well, as comfortable could be in a place like this. We fell asleep to the sound of crackling embers and wobbling windows. I woke up, cold and groggy. The fire was out. It was still dark. I loaded more logs and got the embers to light. I soon realized that the wind had all but stopped. Looking out the window, I could make out a few stray snowflakes drifting past, but they were few and far between. The storms were taking a break. This was my best shot of getting back to the Griffiths. I checked my watch. 3:40 a.m. I climbed out of the nest and wrapped Kate up with the extra blankets before finding my clothes and getting ready to head out. I slipped on my coat and began to tie my boots up. Then the scratching began. Somewhere in the walls there was a scratching between me and the outside. Something was moving around. It didn't scare me, but it did startle me at first. After all, we lived practically in the woods. Rodents were common outside, especially when the temperatures dropped. Scrape, scrape, scrape. No, this wasn't a rodent. Something bigger. A raccoon, maybe. Whatever it was bothering me. I walked to the wall and kicked it. The noises stopped immediately. I swung around and headed for the door, grabbing a flashlight on the way out, and stepped into the snow. The few snowflake stragglers that were left fell lightly and gently, not like they had been before the storm. As I breathed into the frozen night air, any that were unlucky enough to cross my breath melted away or were blown off course, landing somewhere nearby. I began my journey through the snow. The flashlight guided my steps in the dark. A cone of light illuminated the snow in front of me. As the light swung from side to side, branches on either side of the road came into view briefly. Each was weighed down by a layer of snow, and each was frozen in place in the bitter cold. No cars had come through here recently. Walking in the middle of the road, I saw no tracks, apart from my own. The snow gently crunched underneath as I marched forward, lifting my feet higher than the snow and then stepping back down into it. The snow was almost a foot now. Not a horrible amount, but enough that it caused problems going through it. For one, it took much more effort to walk through it. It was the kind of thick snow that liked to stick together, perfect for making snowballs, and perfect for maximizing misery. I pushed forward, and I realized that it was going to take me much longer to get back to the Griffiths unless I could keep up this speed, which I knew I couldn't. I could already feel my legs being tired from the effort. I grumbled and shivered to myself. Snowflakes fell softly on the ground before I kicked through them. All was silent but the sound of my icy breath on the air and my boots in the snow. An hour later, I had made it to the house. It was still dark, and I was still tired, but I finally made it. I stepped up the snow-covered porch and pulled out the frozen keys. The lock clicked, and I stumbled inside, kicking my snow off on the mat. I called out just to make absolutely sure that no one was home, and then got to work finding the car keys. I found them hanging on a hook by the door, and I was about to leave when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. A broken vase lying on the floor. That was odd. Why hadn't they cleaned it up before they left? Maybe it had fallen after they left the house. It wasn't clear to me how this would have happened. Clearly nobody had been here for a while. It was just as cold inside as it was outside. I turned away from the door and moved farther into the house. More things seemed out of place. Objects were strewn about, chairs tossed over, cabinets open, almost like there had been some kind of struggle or an animal had been wandering the home. A bear, maybe. How could a bear get in here? And could it still be inside? I turned the corner and saw that the back door was open slightly. Any animal could have gotten in and ransacked the home while the Griffiths were out. It upset me to think that they would come home and find their belongings trashed. I moved to the door and shut it, but it was already too cold in there to make a difference. I moved the flashlight around the room and scanned the damage. Yes, lots of damage it seemed. But it also seemed like some of the mess was caused by habitation. Things were strewn around, yeah, but not everything was out of place. Certain objects seemed to be sitting around as if they hadn't been picked up and put back before the Griffiths left. Now, why would they do that? Plates were still on the table too, as if the family had been interrupted during family. And food was still on the table. Butterflies began to fly in my stomach. Why would they leave the food out? And if they had, wouldn't the animals have eaten it? I looked closer. Some small bread loaves, butter, pasta, salad, half eaten and frozen to the plates. How long had this been here? It was cold, sure, and that would extend how long it could stay fresh, but the power had only been out for a few days. At most, this food had been sitting out for a few days before that. The Griffiths were here only a day or two before I had come looking for them. So why? I moved around the house more, looking for more details. The more I looked, the more I found. One item after another found its way into the flashlight's beam. Things were on the ground that shouldn't have been. A knife was missing from its place in the rack. I followed the mess to the staircase, and my flashlight caught a glimpse of something that made me stop in my tracks. Blood. Dark red and stained into the carpet on the staircase leading up. Lots and lots of blood. More than a person should lose. It moved up the steps, growing wider and wider. My heart beat in my chest. My breath was caught in my throat before I could reach out. More blood. Following the staircase up. I stepped slowly up each level, following the trail. Past the staircase, growing even more wide and all-encompassing. Smear marks began, like someone had been dragging themselves along. The beam hit something. A shoe. No. A foot. Attached to a leg. Frozen and stiff. Attached to a body. Attached to a... Oh God. Joel Griffith. Who always seemed so cheery and helpful to strangers. Who I saw at church every Sunday. Who house sat for us every winter. Was dead at my feet in a pool of his own frozen blood. I puked and stumbled backwards, my flashlight transfixed on the mess of flesh in front of me. He was on his stomach, reaching forward as if crawling towards something. Or away from it. His leg had been slashed horribly on the back, where I assume most of the blood had been coming from. An artery had been cut open and he bled to death. His eyes were still open, frozen and dull, and his torso, what used to be his stomach, was spilling out onto the floor, dug out from the side. I sprinted down the staircase 4 at a time, slipping at the bottom. The images flashed in my mind. I hit the door and tore it open, leaving it as I ran to the car. I fumbled for the keys and slotted them in, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The car clicked and I jumped in and hit the ignition without waiting for it to warm up first. The wheel slid on the ice and it lurched backwards, nearly hitting a tree on the way out. The car spun into the main road and I hit the gas, heading for Kate. The windshield was iced over and I could hardly make out what was in front of me. I hit the de-icer. I tried to steady my breathing. Whoever had done that clearly had been gone for a while. I was safe, unless... Oh God. Unless they were in the back seat. I swung around and checked for passengers. I was fine. I was being paranoid. But where could they be? Why hadn't anyone called the police? The other family members must be dead as well. I never looked to check on them. So then the killer was long gone. That was enough time to get out of the valley. Or find a new victim. I pushed the pedal more and raced for home, trying my best to make out the road in front of me. Kate. Kate was there by herself. The windshield began to melt, giving me a view of the snow ahead. The high beams illuminated the world in front of me for a brief moment before the trees were swept away. Behind me, snow was jettisoned into the air. Had to get home. Had to get home. I ignored what logic told me about driving in the snow. Nobody else was on the road. I could afford to break a few laws to make sure my wife was safe. Almost there. Just another minute, and then I could be there. Then we'd be out of here and we'd alert the police. Kate and I would be fine. We'd be... Something appeared in the headlights directly in front of the car. Instinct made me swerve, but I was going too fast. The car slipped and went into a spin. I tried desperately to regain control of the vehicle while I was pressed to the window, but it was no use. I ran into the woods and the car shook violently up and down and began knocking me around. My head hit the wheel and everything went dark. Somewhere in the far-off recesses of my mind, something horrible was crawling out of the darkness. My head rolled forward and pressed up against the airbag. Slowly, my eyelids broke open and blinked to life. I saw light. It was light outside. As my eyes adjusted, I realized how cold it was. My fingers and toes were numb. How long was I out? A few hours at least. I tried opening the door to find that it was stuck. I crawled over to the passenger side and the door clicked open. I rolled out and used the car to balance myself as I stood up. Snow was falling. The branches above me were scraping against each other as they moved in the breeze. I shivered. Where was I? Images from the night before flashed under my eyelids. Driving in the snow. Driving from the neighbors. I crashed their car. Not that it was their number one problem at the moment, being dead and all. I trudged through the snow as best I could. I was weak, but I felt the only pain was in my head. It ached whenever my heart beat, and the light made it hurt more, but all things considered, I was lucky. Very lucky. I looked over at the car, cracked windshield, pinned up against a tree. It looked like the several bushes that it crashed through managed to slow it down enough before it ran headfirst into a log. Extremely lucky. I trudged farther. Following the car's path of destruction through the woods 50 feet back led out of the road. I could still see the tracks from last night, but they were disappearing fast. And so would I if I stayed out here. I needed to go. My head throbbed and I nearly hurled. Which direction? I collapsed at the side of the road. The tracks led this direction, so I had to go that way. I shook to my feet and took another step before stumbling forward. Something wasn't right. I was too weak. I needed... An angelic song sounded somewhere in my head, distant and beautiful. Where? Oh God. I was dying. The song changed. It became more real. Words began forming. It wasn't a song after all. Someone was here. I opened my eyes and saw a blur on the white snow moving towards me. It was yelling at me. No, calling at me. For me. It grew closer and now I could hear it running through the snow. I knew that voice. The clouds in my head disappeared as the figure came into view. Oh God. Oh my God, Milo. Kate dropped down to my side. Her eyebrows were all crinkled together. What happened to you? Are you all right? Answer me. I rubbed my throbbing head. Slower, princess. My brain feels like a train wreck. She checked me out. Oh God, you hit your head. What did you do? Come on, can you walk? I think so. Just help me up. Kate steadied me on her shoulder and took me towards home. The wind made me shake. My teeth chattered. Light reflecting off the snow made me wince. The door creaked open and Kate brought me in front of the fire and drew the curtains so that it was dark. She brought me some water and before long I was asleep again. I woke up that evening with a less than painless headache, but I was functional at least. I could make sense of where I was and how I'd gotten there. Slowly the pieces of the puzzle fell back into place in my mind while the storm outside raged on. Kate came into view and sat down with a plate of mashed potatoes and beans. You should eat. I tried to sit up and eat the food. How do you feel? She said tenderly. Like $1,000,000. I gritted my teeth. You feel like telling me what you were doing out there? I thought about it for a minute while I downed some water. I was getting the car from the Griffiths. What? When did you leave? How long were you out there? I rubbed my eyes. It was early, really early. 4, I think. I woke up and it was calm outside. So you just left without saying anything or leaving a note? Yeah, I know it was stupid. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to stay here for any longer. I... Well, it looks like we'll be stuck anyway. Milo, you really scared me. I had no idea where you were when I woke up. Do you know what you did to me? I said nothing. How'd you hit your head like that? Crashed the car? I said shamefully. You what? Oh, quieter, please. How could you do that? We can't afford to fix someone else's car. They're going to kill us. She sounded more stressed than angry. She wasn't an angry person. I don't think they will, honey. What makes you so sure then? I rubbed my forehead. Because they're done. The fire crackled in the absence of our voices. Jane's expression turned from stress to disbelief. What? Yeah, found Joel on the ground. Bled to death, I think. Kate covered her mouth with her hand. I think it was a murder, Kate. Came in and killed the family. That's why I was driving out here so fast. I was afraid they might be here. Kate said nothing. Suddenly I didn't feel like eating. We'll be fine, Milo. At least for now. Nobody would be out in that storm. I turned my head to look out the window and instantly regretted it. I ground my teeth and held my head. Whoa, relax there. Don't move around so much. You have a concussion. She helped me lie back down. Get some sleep. Try to, anyway. There's not much you can do to protect me if you can't get over this. Yeah, Okay. I'll try to sleep. Kate took the plate away from me and kissed my forehead before heading into the kitchen. That night, I dreamt I was back in the car driving. The speedometer told me I was doing 100, maybe more, and still speeding up. I was late. I needed to be somewhere. It wasn't home, but it wasn't out of the valley, away from the storms. It was somewhere else entirely. Somewhere I didn't want to think about, but I knew I had to go. The snow whipped around the windshield and impeded my view of the road, but I didn't care. I had to go. Faster. I needed to go faster. The headlights caught a glimpse of something standing in the road and it hit the car. Blood erupted on the windshield. The car skidded to a halt and I jumped out, following the tracks of blood in the dark. The snow was stained red and the tires had dragged it along, smearing guts along the road. The trail ended in a mass of writhing flesh and bones and hair, twitching in some parts. I scanned the corpse. It was the remains of Joel Griffith, torn to pieces by my own hand. His eye had a tear in it, and his teeth were scattered among the red snow. A trail of intestines had been dragged for a few feet by the car being buried somewhere off. From what was left of his head, jawless and gaping, I heard him groan in unimaginable pain, begging me to kill him. But I couldn't do it. I backed away slowly at first, then turned to run. A howling screech followed me, but it wasn't Joel. It wasn't human. I woke up the next morning to the sound of wind shaking the house. I checked my watch only to realize it was broken. Must have gotten banged up. In fact, my whole body was starting to ache very dully. I must have gotten all banged up. A quick inspection confirmed that I was covered with bruises. I spent the day being cared for by Kate. The storm didn't let up, and it didn't let up the next day either. We couldn't stay here much longer. We hadn't prepared for staying, and now that there was no way into town, I tried not to think about it. We'd find a way. We had food for another 2 weeks at least, if we could ration it, but we wouldn't need to. We'd leave as soon as the storms let up. I groaned. Well, At least when I could move again. That night, Kate and I were lying by the fire wrapped in blankets and waiting to fall asleep. The rest of the house was cold, especially the upstairs where our bedroom was. But by the fire it was warm enough. And the kitchen was bearable for a while. The house could retain some heat. Kate? I said. I didn't tell you why I crashed the car the other day. Sure you did. You were scared and driving too fast. Yes, but I swerved off the road. The road is icy. I saw something. Kate didn't say anything. I stared into the flames. There was something in the road, standing there. I saw it and swerved to avoid it, but... You lost control, Milo. You know you aren't supposed to drive like that in snow. How fast were you going? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Fast. You're lucky to be alive. I know. You can't do stuff like this, especially in winter, especially in a place like this where there's deer and stuff. It wasn't a deer. Well, whatever it was. I don't know what it was. I assure you it was something. An animal, Milo. Like the one that was trapped under the truck. Like the one that was inside the Griffiths' house, I thought. Regardless of what it was, or how stupid you were being, I'm glad you're alive. Yeah, me too. The fire curled in on itself and flicked bits of heat my way. Outside, the storm raged. The next day, the wind had died down a bit, but it was still too bad to leave the house. My headache was getting better, but it still pained me to move around. Kate made sure I drank enough water while she busied herself around the house, adjusting things and rearranging items so that it all looked presentable. She did it to keep her mind busy. I knew, but there was no one to impress with it. It was mindless work while we bided our time. The sky grew dark and the sun went down once again. Someplace above the clouds and the blizzard, somewhere out there, out in the snow, was a killer. I knew it. The day after brought with it clear skies and calm weather, with the occasional gust. I was feeling good. Enough to move around by myself, but I still couldn't go outside, and I tried to keep the moving to a minimum. But unfortunately, there was a problem. We would be out of firewood by the night. We had a lot of it stored up, but in the end would burn fast. Very fast. Without a reliable source of wood, we'd freeze. In my current state, I couldn't go out there to find any, so Kate had to do it. I hated the thought of her going outside alone, especially with the killer out there, but we had no choice. Kate left me alone in the house while I nervously waited for her return. She had an axe with her. She would be fine. Besides, the Griffiths were killed inside. If this person were to strike, they'd do so in our house. But on the other hand, there was nothing stopping them if Kate had a chance encounter. No, I was being paranoid. That's all. I was overthinking it. Maybe the family was targeted for some reason. Or maybe Beatrice, Joel's wife, had done it. Although I couldn't think of a good reason why. It would explain how he was attacked at home and why I didn't see her body. But then again, it's not like I was looking for her. She was probably dead in the next room over with her kids. Oh God, her kids. They had to see that before they died. Had to witness their father bleed out as he tried desperately to crawl away. If that happened to Kate... No, I wouldn't think about it. I couldn't. It wouldn't do me any good. She was fine. Maybe I'd just watch for her to be sure. I moved slowly over to the window and peeked my head behind the curtain. The light made me wince, but I squinted my eyes and endured it. No sign of Kate, but I could see her footsteps heading to the hill and into the woods. I needed a better vantage point. Moving from my spot, I decided I would be able to see farther from upstairs, so I grabbed a blanket and climbed the steps. It was much colder out here, but for the moment I didn't care. I looked out the window and saw the footsteps continuing off past the tree line. I couldn't make out anything else, but looking into the trees, every once in a while I could see something move under the bare branches. So she was fine. It was fine. I pulled back from the window and rubbed my eyes. I couldn't do that anymore. As I did, something caught my attention. A small noise, like the sound of a cabinet closing or something small falling off a shelf. That was odd and also not good, but I imagined it. Rustling. I did not imagine it. I started towards the stairs, slowly and carefully, ignoring the pounding in my head. Was something down there? I had nothing to defend myself with. I refused to let the thought into my head that I would be attacked, but it came anyway. Kate would come home to see my corpse. I took short, silent steps down the staircase. The noises persisted in the kitchen. Rustling, clacking, scraping. What was causing that? I made it to the bottom of the steps and moved towards the kitchen. The noises persisted. The floorboard creaked under my foot. They stopped. I stepped forward. They continued. I peeked around the corner. It was Kate. Kate? What are you doing in the kitchen? Making you food, genius. What are you doing out of bed? Lay down, honey. You'll get all nauseous. I swear I just saw you outside in the woods. What are you doing peeking around outside? Stay away from the light. She pushed me to the sleeping nest in front of the fire. Lay down. I'll bring you something. I sat down and stared into the fire, warming myself back up. What did I see outside? Nothing. I saw nothing. The concussion wasn't doing me any favors. Kate was right. I needed sleep. Sleep fixed all problems. Well, except for getting out of here, but maybe some sleep would give me some ideas. Kate brought me a sandwich and some more water. Can't I have coffee or something? My head is killing me. Caffeine will make it worse, you goof. Water is best. She was right. I'm going back out. Stay in bed this time, won't you? I'll try. Hey, Kate, honey? Yeah? She squatted down next to me. Just be safe, okay? If it gets too windy, come back. And don't overwork yourself. Carry the logs one at a time and... Shh. I'll be fine. I'm not incompetent. I've done this before. I know. It's just... after... you know. Yes, I know. She stood up and headed for the door. I'll be back. And then she was gone. I fell asleep soon afterward in a state of low anxiety. We couldn't leave, but it might be dangerous to stay here. It was torture for me. Now there were two driving factors to get out of the valley, but no physical way of doing it. I feared we may be forced to stay the winter. The only problem with that was that we were low on cans. When I woke up next, it was dark. Kate was asleep next to me and the wind was picking up outside. Another storm. The fire was getting low. I moved to replenish the flame. Distantly, out in the wind, I swore I heard a howl. Coyotes? That was odd. Usually coyotes stayed silent in the winter. I listened closer. I heard the sound again, but it was different than a coyote. More drawn out. Perhaps wolves were in the area. They'd been reported just north of here last winter. It wasn't inconceivable that they might move south. The thought of wolves moving back into the area made me a little happy. I wasn't too much of a nature person, but I knew Kate loved wolves, and I knew that they were good for the ecosystem. There were too many deer here, and as a plus, they might push out the coyotes as well. God knows those things were a menace. I pressed my ear up against the frozen window. I'd never heard a wolf howl in person before. I wondered why they might be out in a storm like this. Didn't make much sense to me, but they were perfectly adapted to their environment. I'd seen my fair share of nature documentaries with Kate. The howl sounded. I immediately backed away from the window. That wasn't a wolf. That wasn't anything I'd ever heard before. My chest tightened as I stared into the dark. It came from downwind, and seemed closer than I had anticipated. To be heard over the roar of the wind like that, it had to be much closer than I anticipated. I stepped to the window, my eyes fixed on the black outside. From the light of the fire, I could see snowflakes flying past the window, and I could barely make out the close tree line. I stared into it, hoping I wouldn't see anything. It was inky darkness broken by lines of even blacker areas. The snow obscured my vision, but I could make out. It moved. The shadow moved out in the trees and screeched its ungodly howl. I stumbled backwards and watched as it disappeared. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I heard nothing else until the sun rose. Kate woke up soon after. Even then, I said nothing to her about it. I wasn't even sure what I'd tell her. Logic told me I had nothing to worry about, but I tried to focus on getting rest. It was all I could do. The sooner I got better, the sooner we could devise a plan to get out of here. I was already making a fast recovery. Just a few more days, I could be moving around outside again. The day passed without incident. Most days did. I heard the animal in the wall again, in the same spot, but all it took was a good kick to spook it. I wondered how many little creatures were hibernating in our walls, moving around only at night. It was mildly comforting to think that these innocent little rodents were trying to weather the storms with us, just beyond a thin layer of wood. Nothing unusual happened for another 4 days. Another storm had gone, but another was just beginning. I was feeling much better, and my head only hurt half the time. Soon Kate and I were planning our escape in the kitchen. We didn't have many ideas, but they all seemed to entail getting into town somehow, which would be hard to say the least. Every day we spent here, the snow was just building up outside. Already it was more than 2 feet. It was getting hard to open the door, but all hope wasn't lost. Every once in a while, there would be larger breaks between storms. The only problem was that there was no way of telling when that would be, and since the power was out, we couldn't just check the weather. There might also be the small chance that a particularly brave individual might drive by, or a snowplow for some reason, but the chances were less than slim, but not off the table. All in all, we were running out of time. We needed to find a way out, or else we'd be here till spring. Later in the season, the storms did die down, but at that point, we'd be snowed in. Our window was shrinking. We decided to talk about it some more the next day. We had a while until another break came by, and so we had time to plan. That night, I awoke to the sound of thumping on the house. I immediately assumed it was the wind and closed my eyes again, but the thumping continued. Thump, thump, thump. Loud enough that I could hear it over the blizzard, but almost regular. Too regular. Even knocks with even time between them. Knocking. Knocking from somewhere in the other room. My eyes shot open. It was clearly distinct from the wind. Something organic was hitting the house. I climbed out of bed and stepped over Kate, headed towards the sound. It got louder as I moved. Thunk, thunk, thunk. It was booming and deliberate. I stood in the entry hall staring at the door. Someone was there. Knocking. Knocking. Who would be there in this weather? Several emotions ran through me. Hope. We might get out of here. Fear. It might be the killer. But it was mostly dread. For some reason, I felt like whatever was on the other side of that door was not going to bring good news. The knocking continued, loud and urgent. They wanted inside bad. I stepped forward and grabbed the lock. It unlatched and the door swung open before I could twist the handle. Snow whirled in and a group of people stumbled inside before me, shivering. Standing in front of me was the remainders of the Griffith family. All of us sat in front of the fire. Kate had made the group some hot tea to warm them up while they sat shaking. Most of them looked like they might have mild hypothermia, but now that they were inside, they should have been fine. There were 6 people in total: Beatrice, her children Sarah and Elizabeth, and a man and woman whom I learned were married and from another house near the Griffiths that I had not met. Their names were David and Grace Kim. They had with them their 19-year-old daughter, Aya. The story began after they had warmed up enough to talk properly. David began talking first. Beatrice appeared at their doorstep near midnight with all of her children, although the boy, Charlie, was bleeding badly and in need of serious medical attention. They had fled their own home after Joel tried to protect them, but he was killed and the 4 jumped from the window. In the ensuing chaos, Charlie had been cut horribly along his arm. The Kim couple had only been living in their house for a few months when the Griffiths appeared on their doorstep. In an attempt to take Charlie to the hospital, they soon discovered that their car, like ours, had been sabotaged and rendered unusable. They were stuck and with nowhere to go. The boy bled out and died. The rest of the family spent the next week or so with the Kims, but it soon became apparent that they were being stalked. The group gathered as much food as they could and headed out towards our house the first chance they got, determining through democracy that it was the best course of action and the next step in the process of getting into town. They had left earlier that day, but were caught in the storm after they were slowed by a falling tree that pinned Grace. They finally made it to our cabin just after 1:30 in the morning. The 6 of them sat by the fire while Kate and I spoke to each other in a low voice. Whatever I had been fearing before was much worse. Whoever was out there was in fact thirsty for more blood, and they absolutely knew where we lived, judging by the sabotage on the truck. The survivors had brought with them cans of food, but it only prolonged the inevitable. With so many people, we could only keep everyone fed for a week and a half. We had to leave at our first availability, whenever that would be. Our own problems soon became trivial. This wasn't about getting to spend the winter away from snow. This was about living long enough to do so. The night raged on, and people seemed to be falling asleep on and off. I stayed up and watched whatever there was out the window. Nobody really wanted to think about the extremity of the situation, but everyone was. Even the poor little Griffith girls, who I guessed were 7 and 8. Whereabouts? The anxious silence filled the room and made the air feel stuffy. People were scattered around, laying on the couch or on the floor trying to heat themselves by the fireplace. It was a depressing scene, especially having seen what had happened to poor Joel Griffith. The tree line was barely visible in the dark, but I stared at it regardless. I shuddered, but not from the cold. In all there were 8 of us. A sizable party, but 3 were children, and more than that were injured, or had mild hypothermia. Waiting for nothing to happen there wasn't much to do but observe. Beatrice was a white woman who was a little heavy for her size, but not unreasonably so. She had a round face and dark brown hair. Her daughters matched her in appearance. David was an Asian man of average build with black hair, but graying from age. I guess he was originally from Korea, but he had no accent, so it was likely he was born in North America, especially because he was living in a place like this. His wife Grace was white with blonde hair and had a slight accent, possibly European. His daughter looked more like her than she did him. She might have had a different biological father. Kate was a shining star among them. She was small, barely reaching 5 foot, and had light red hair that was cropped just above her shoulders. She had a skinny face with a small nose and mouth, but large green eyes. Even sleeping, she looked at peace, although I knew she was just as scared as I was, although I was scared mostly for her. Looking at myself in the reflection of the window, I saw my own dark eyes staring back at me. I had a square jaw and rough build, but those were about my only defining characteristics. Short brown hair and small ears, maybe. I always considered myself lucky to have ended up with someone that looked as good as Kate did. She was my shining star. If anything happened to her out here. Sometime in the night, I turned to look at Beatrice, who was still awake but staring hopelessly into the fire. I stood up and silently walked over to her. "Can we talk?" I said quietly. The fire popped. "Okay." She lifted herself from the armchair and walked with me over to the kitchen, where we sat down across from each other at the table. "I know it might be hard talking about," I said, "but what do you remember about what killed your husband?" Beatrice closed her eyes for a minute before opening them and looking at me. He was wearing, dark clothes? I don't know. I didn't get a good look." She broke eye contact. "Beatrice, I need you to be honest with me," I said in a low whisper. "You can tell me." What do you mean?" "I mean, I saw something out there." "What is it?" Her lip quivered and I saw tears form in her eyes. "I don't know." Her whisper came harsh and shaky. "I don't know what it is. I'm the only one that saw it. It was horrible. What does it want with us?" I leaned back in my chair. My worst fears were confirmed. This wasn't a person doing this. It was an animal. Something inhuman and unlike anything ever seen here before. Maybe never seen anywhere. Whatever it was, I knew it wasn't just some dumb creature. It was smart, and it knew how to stay hidden. How did it get in? A tear landed on the table. "Joel, I heard a noise outside. Went to check it out and left the door open. Then he came running back. It was chasing him. Oh God, it was chasing after him." She bit her nails and her teeth clattered. I could tell in her eyes she was reliving the experience. "But it didn't get in on its own?" Beatrice shook her head, still staring off into space. I sighed, a little relieved. It might not be able to get in so long as we make sure it didn't. "Thank you for being honest with me. I'm very sorry this happened to you. If you need anything, don't be afraid to ask." She nodded and walked back over to the fire where she sobbed quietly to herself. I moved to the window once more and stared out. I knew it was out there. It always had been. Just beyond sight. What did it want? What kind of creature could do something like this? Would do something like this? It wasn't feeding. At least that wasn't the entire reason it was killing. Otherwise, Joel's body would have been consumed more. No, it was doing this for some other reason, and it wouldn't stop until we were all dead. I squinted into the dark for the longest time and swore I could see something just beyond the tree line. In the night, I heard the wind howl and the trees outside violently shake together. It was dark. It was always dark, but we had all gotten used to it by then. Since the group of survivors had stumbled to our door, the situation only got worse. In only a week, the storms had gotten twice as bad. Now they averaged 5 days in length, and I could barely tell what time it was outside. On top of that, the length in between storms had gotten shorter. Much shorter. We missed our opportunity, and now it seemed the worst had come. We may be forced to stay here the whole winter on little more than a few cans of vegetables. It was an impossible task. We were rationing our food, and it seemed the effects of hunger were constant. It was livable, but for how much longer? How much longer could we stay? Each day was longer than the last. Most days we sat by the fire and tried to entertain ourselves in vain. Some people played board games. Others found books to read. Still, others talked in a low voice while they looked longingly out the window, hoping they wouldn't see anything waiting in the storm. But I could tell it was still out there. In the night, the screams of the monster blended with the wind. Everybody except me and Beatrice believed our stalker was from the realm of man. If only they knew. The firewood was running low, but with all these new hands, we had gathered enough to weather another storm before it hit. Our main problem remained food, and whatever was out there. I sat in the kitchen despite it being colder there. We had filled the bathtub with hot water to heat that room up, so 1 or 2 people had relocated there temporarily. But in the kitchen, I had enough distance to feel like I wasn't losing my mind half as much, stuck within a group of survivors, and I had a clear view into the storm outside. Well, as clear could be. Kate joined me for a while, and we spoke about what we could do to get out of there, with no success, and then talked about anything else. One morning, I began to notice that the wind was dying down. I called a meeting in front of the fire, and we began bouncing ideas off one another for the millionth time. "We need to move quickly," David said. "There's no telling how long we have. Could just be a few hours, maybe less." "So what then?" I said. 8 people is a lot. "So we send a few, only a few, get help from the town." Beatrice saw this as a horrible idea. "We can't just send 2 people out into a storm and hope for the best. What if they get into trouble? Don't you remember what happened when we made the journey up here?" "That happened because there were 6 of us, Beatrice," David told her. "Less people means more speed, and time isn't on our side." Being out there alone isn't just dangerous because of the storms. Everyone looked at me as I spoke. "Don't forget we're being stalked. You can't defend yourself from an attack out there. Not adequately, at least." "What could one person do against 2 of us?" David poked me. I looked at Beatrice. "I saw what happened to Joel. Trust me, you don't want to get caught out there." David was heating up. "So what? We just die here? Starve like peasants?" "I agree with Dave," Grace said. "We need to send people out there. The risk is worth it." "I still don't like the idea," Beatrice grumbled. "Then they bring protection," Grace suggested. "What do you 2 have here?" Kate and I looked at each other. She was sitting close to me. "Nothing," I told them. "No guns?" "Milo doesn't hunt," Kate defended me. "We have knives, kitchen knives. That's all we can offer." "If I may," Beatrice cut in. "Joel had a rifle. He told me to get it before he When he was... It's still at the house. We can get it. That's too far, I told her. It'll waste too much time. There's a house sort of between here and the town, Kate said then. It takes less time to get there, but more time to get into town overall if you go that way. The neighbors might have something you could protect yourself with, or a working car. Or they could be gone, someone said. Or they could be dead, someone else jabbed. The bickering flew over my head while I looked down at the ground. Something didn't seem right. I stood up and walked over to the window. Snowflakes whipped past at lightning speeds. Trees bent and broke their branches just beyond that. And just beyond that was something. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there. I could tell that something was looking at me from beyond the darkness. If we didn't move soon, we'd all be dead. Kate came up next to me and asked what was wrong. I turned around and addressed the group. 2 people should leave. The group stopped talking and looked at me. That way they aren't caught alone and they can move quickly. Head towards the house. It's the only shot we have. David's right. If we all stay here, we die. And if we all leave, we're as good as dead. Who leaves then? Beatrice wondered. Milo and I, David's son. We're the 2 men. We should go. I choked out a word. No. No? No, I can't go. Someone needs to protect this place. Someone needs to watch over everyone here. Half of you are either too weak or too sick to protect yourselves adequately. I need to stay here. I looked at Kate. I couldn't let whatever it was get to her. Then who's supposed to go with me? David started getting snarky. You're the one who's up to the challenge. I can do it. The group turned to Aya, who was sitting across the room with the Griffith girls, watching them. You're not going, Aya, Grace said sternly. I can do it. I was in Girl Scouts. I took some martial arts, Mom. I know how to survive out there. And I'm young. I can move fast. I said nothing but looked at David. It was his daughter. No, sit down, Grace said once again. Aya did nothing. She can do it, Grace. She's smart. David seemed sure. She's probably a better candidate than I am. I know she'll be fine. What about the killer, huh? She barked. He's out there, waiting. He won't be, I said. They're out there right now watching the house. I saw many panicked eyes look to the window. You can't see, but they're out there. They have been for several days. Now the storm won't have calmed down enough to leave until tonight, so you can leave by the cover of darkness. How can you be so sure? Grace said. I don't see anyone out there. How can they be out there exposed? David seemed to almost snarl. Trust me, I said. I've been watching for a while. He'll see us, David said. He'll follow us. No, they won't. I'll head outside myself. Distract them. That'll give you time to leave. Besides, we need more firewood anyway. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Nobody said anything. I clapped my hands together. Then it's settled. You leave tonight. You can take some of Kate's and mine clothes to warm you up, if you need it, and take some food with you in case you get stuck someplace. I can keep it distracted until you leave. Grace gave me a dirty look, which I assume meant she was bitter about me giving the okay for her daughter to leave. But it was our best chance. I believe that Aya was a better candidate than me. I couldn't walk in snow. I hated it. And we needed somebody here to watch the house. It was my house, after all. And it was my Kate that was here inside. I moved to the window and looked out. Kate came up next to me. She didn't say anything, but I could tell what she was thinking. She was mostly scared, but I could tell that she was happy I stayed instead of going. I was too. Outside, I swore I saw something move. When the time came and the wind had lowered to an acceptable speed, Aya and her father were dressed to head outside. "We'll head to the house on the way," David said, slipping on his jacket. "But there's no guarantee anyone will be there." "Break in if you have to," I told him. "You probably won't have enough time to make it to town. It wouldn't surprise me if the storm caught you on the way to the house. But any shelter is better than no shelter. And there may be food there. Water, too. And heat. You can wait out the storm if you have to." David nodded. "Good luck." "You too." He slipped out the door with his daughter and I turned to head out the back. I grabbed the hatchet and slid open the door. Kate grabbed my arm. "I'm coming with you." "No, you're not. Let me go. You're letting the cold in." "Yes, I am. I'm not letting you go out there by yourself." She was stubborn. Too stubborn for her own good. "Fine, but stay close." The door closed behind us and locked. Now we were exposed. The sun had just dipped below the horizon. I could tell despite the cloud cover. It was dark enough to let the Kims sneak away, but light enough that I could still see a bit. The wind was still moving through the trees, but mostly in short bursts and without incredible power. Kate clung close to me and looked around. "How do you know he's out here?" She said to me as we walked. "I can tell. If they were following the Griffiths, they would have naturally come here, and us moving outside is the perfect target. That's why I didn't want you to come." "Well, why can't the others come out here with us?" "We can't protect everyone. Besides, we don't need as much firewood this time. We got a lot already." Kate looked around as we moved through the trees. In the snow, the forest really did seem barren. It was deep snow, and finding logs under it wasn't easy. But the storm had blown down enough trees to keep the search easy enough. The trick was not getting caught, but we also needed to make ourselves seen. It was a tricky balance. I hit a tree with the back of the hatchet to make noise and attract the creature. Wind whipped snow into my face and made me curse reflexively. Kate helped me brush it off. We moved further out and found a fallen log half buried in the snow. It was still wet, but nothing a little drying by the fire couldn't do. I started hacking at it while Kate stood watch. After a few minutes, she tapped my shoulder. I looked up. "Do you see that?" she said. She didn't seem too concerned. "What is that thing out there? A deer?" I looked in the direction she was looking, but I didn't see anything. "What? What does it look like?" Like, I don't know. It's half covered by the tree." I gritted my teeth. I hoped to God it wouldn't get any closer. "There. Oh, it's gone. Keep an eye out for any movement, okay?" "Got it, Captain." I hacked away and soon we had a pretty hefty pile of lumber wood, haphazardly chipped away but still usable in a fire. Kate carried some and I grabbed the rest. We started on our way back to the cabin. I nervously checked over my shoulder every few steps. I could tell we were being watched. We made it to the glass door and it unlocked as Beatrice let us in. We dropped the firewood off and went out for more. When it had gotten too dark to see at all, we had collected enough wood and headed back. I felt relieved to be in the warmth once again, and for Kate and I to be out of harm's way. I was also fairly certain we had succeeded in distracting the creature. We all settled down for another long storm. By the time we would awake, it was likely the wind would have picked up again, All we could do now was wait and hope, but we couldn't wait for too long. We only had so much food left. I guessed a week's worth, maybe less. It wasn't good. Not good in the slightest. Wind shook the house. Snow froze the windows. It was always the same. Every day was always the same. It had been for weeks. Every day we tried to find something else to ease our minds and to stop the madness of boredom and anxiety, and every day we had less to ease that pain. Kate liked to read, so we had plenty of books, thank God. We had a few board games too, but even those began feeling dry and more like a waste of time as the six of us waited anxiously for something, anything to happen. Without power, life becomes dull. Life without entertainment becomes unbearable. And life like this, being stalked from just beyond the tree line, was hell. I'd often find myself staring out the window, hoping I wouldn't catch a glimpse of anything, and at the same time wishing I would, but I could rarely ever. It was always dark now, midnight dark, and the blizzard made visibility even worse. I watched the snow pile up outside. It was tall. Too tall for any kind of land vehicle at this point, maybe just less than 4 feet deep. All things considered, we were very lucky it wasn't any higher. Opening the door was hard enough without spilling snow inside. Finding firewood was a challenge, but luckily there were plenty of trees that had been knocked down in the storm, and we could collect easily enough. Each day we grew more cramped in our tiny living quarters, but the storm never seemed to let up. Eventually we began to fear the worst. What if the Kims could never make it in time? What if they had been caught? I tried my best to reassure people, but there was only so much I could pull out of my ass until convincing everyone everything would be fine was impossible. Kate and I grew more and more worried. We knew that nobody would be able to get us until after the storm, even if the Kims had already made it to civilization. We were in serious trouble. There were only a few snow plows that could make a dent in that, and they were stationed in town. We would have to wait until at least this one storm ceased. More likely, we'd have to wait until the next one passed, and if the Kims hadn't contacted anyone by then, we'd be dead. We'd be out of food. It would be nearing impossible to leave at that point, not without help from helicopters or extreme plowing from vehicles the town didn't have access to. And that wasn't even considering the threat just beyond the walls of the cabin. There was no telling how long it would take before that thing became desperate enough to try and break in. It was obviously smart enough. It had slashed our cars after all, so why did it stay out there? Maybe it was because of me. All day, every day, for as long as I could without falling asleep, I would keep watch. Sometimes I'd be conspicuous about it. Other times I'd keep my watch from afar to help calm Kate. I couldn't let her know the reality of what was out there. She couldn't take it well. Not well. No, I had to keep that from her. There was no sense in scaring her. The thought that we'd still be here for another week was daunting, to say the least. People began wondering if it was the right decision to send David and Aya out there alone. Every day I could feel Grace's eyes on me. The meetings grew more heated and emotional. I couldn't work with so many women. Not when they were upset like this. But they did have a point. Kate was on my side, but she made it clear she believed we should send someone else after them. Of course, I was the obvious choice, but I didn't want to leave Kate behind. The winds began falling, and the group unanimously decided I should go. Even I thought it was the best choice. If not to make sure the Kims were alright, then to make sure we had someone who could make it into town. I was plan B. We had no plan C. It had to be me, and I had to succeed. I donned my clothes, extra warmth. I packed a few cans. Beatrice would stay here, as would Grace. They'd watch over the girls. And Kate, well, she wanted to come with me. I didn't like the idea, but I preferred it to leaving her in the cabin where I couldn't protect her. So we left together. We had snowshoes, which helped us quite a lot. Previously, we had only used them in our trips to the mountains. The storms had never been this bad before, not enough to warrant this kind of extremity. I couldn't help but wonder if the creature and the storms were related, but maybe they had brought it. Or maybe it was the other way around. Regardless, both were dangerous, and both could kill us. The wind was still strong, but it had died down enough to at least walk through. We made a cut through the trees, which helped to block some of it. But it was a chore trying to find ways through the branches. The snow was so high that my head scraped the lower branches of even some of the medium-sized trees, and the wind only made them more painful as they slashed around in the dark. We moved on. I kept a watchful eye on Kate, who was still blissfully unaware of the creature. She believed something was out there, yes, but not this. Not something inhuman that could kill us and would kill for the sheer joy of it. I had never had a good look at it myself, and all we had to protect ourselves was a bat, so there was no telling what this thing could be capable of. The snow was thick and getting thicker. With each step, I grew to loathe the cabin more and more. It wasn't worth it. It never had been. I couldn't handle the snow in the winters, and now this. This whole experience was the cherry on top. But Kate loved it, didn't she? Hopefully this was enough to convince her we needed to ditch the place. And to think we wouldn't even be here if Kate would just learn not to be so forgetful. We walked in relative silence as the storm died down for the next few hours. The snow slowed us down considerably, but the snowshoes helped. I wondered how the Kims before us might have managed without some of their own. The snow had never been this deep before. Usually, the storms just brought with them frigid air and high winds, kicking up the snow already existing on the ground, but this winter the snowfall never seemed to stop. With each passing day, the ground became further and further. How could the animals survive under all this? Do you remember our trip to the Bahamas? I asked out loud in the cold. Kate nodded but didn't say anything. Her face was pink. I really didn't want her being out here, but the alternative wasn't too much more appealing. What I would give to be back there. We'll go anywhere once we get out of this, she said to me, holding her arms close to her. It was hard to imagine such a warm place when I could feel the chill of winter in my bones. It was still only December. How was January going to look? I dreaded the thought of staying here throughout January. No more than dread, panic, fear. We wouldn't survive it. We couldn't. No amount of firewood would keep us from starving to death. We had to make it. I sped up as best I could. A few more hours passed and the clouds had thinned enough to see that it was daytime. It wouldn't be long now before another monster blizzard rolled in. But we were almost there. Almost there, but then what? Would we have to try to make it the rest of the way? The house came into view, a large one at the end of a long driveway. The yard was large and cleared of most trees, so we could see the house clearly as we crested the hill. Kate and I marched up the driveway buried by powder and towards the house's larger porch entrance. The door was locked. Not a good sign. Did the Kims make it? What about the back door? Kate asked. Back door. Of course. We moved around the house towards the back and found the sliding door lock broken. They had made it inside after all. The inside of the house was just as grandiose as the outside. Simple but large. The tables were clean, the furniture was neat, and there was no sign of any kind of struggle like there had been in the Griffith household. "David?" I called into the empty husk. "Aya?" No reply. Kate and I looked at each other. "Do you think they left for town?" She said, "I hope so." We split up and searched the sprawling household. I sent Kate to find food, and I managed to find a man cave in the basement that had a couple of hunting rifles. I also found another hatchet. When I made it back upstairs, Kate was stuffing a duffel bag with as many non-perishables she could find. It was such a relief to see so much food. Thank Christ the people who lived here had so much food. We could bring it back to the cabin and survive long enough until help arrived. Now that we knew the Kims had already left for town, it seemed like things were starting to look up. I desperately hoped nothing would sour it. "I need to go to the bathroom," I told Kate. "I'll be right back." "Don't clog the toilet," she joked. Sweet Kate. Always trying to lighten the mood. I found a bathroom on the first floor and went. As I was washing my hands, something demanded my attention. Creaking floorboards above me. I opened the bathroom door and called out to Kate. She responded from the kitchen. "Yeah?" It wasn't her. Something was up there. I motioned for her to come to me, and she heard the creaking too. Something small, just the smallest of movements in an old house. It couldn't be the Kims, could it? They would have answered our call. The owners of the home? I doubted it. This place was too cold. Nobody had lived here in weeks. So what the hell was it? My mind assumed the worst. I found the bat and moved silently up the spiral staircase, poised to attack. It was all silent. Kate followed me up, looking from behind to see if she could spot the source of the noise. I located the door to the room and above the bathroom. It was closed. Quietly, I reached for the handle while Kate gripped my arm. It swung open with a creak. There was no monster inside. Just a person. A girl. Aya. She was curled at the foot of a bed on the far wall, rocking back and forth. Her eyes emerged from her shirt when she saw us, and she screamed. Maybe in fear, or maybe in relief. Kate pushed me out of the way and rushed up to the girl. She was wearing bloody clothes, but she looked physically fine. Aya began to bawl. "What happened?" she said, holding the teenager. She didn't say anything at first, and then she said, "It got him." My blood turned to ice. "What got who?" Kate pressured. "The monster. It killed him." She heaved. Kate looked to me with a mixture of fear and worry and sadness, and then back to poor Aya. She didn't say anything, but I knew exactly what she was thinking. I stepped out of the room and buried my face in my hands, wishing I could let out a scream. The distraction hadn't worked. Whatever this thing was, it was even smarter than I gave it credit for, and even faster than I had ever imagined possible. Somehow this thing was able to get to the Kims and come back to the cabin without me even noticing. I wanted to bash my head against the wall right then and there. What did this mean for us? Nobody was on their way into town, and the food at the cabin was scarce. Kate came out into the hallway with Aya, who was wrapped in blankets and staring at the ground with puffy eyes. "They've been here since the last storm," she told me in a low voice. I already knew what she was going to say next. "We need to take her back to the cabin." "Are you insane?" I blurted. Kate looked taken aback. I cooled myself off before continuing. "We need to go into town," I said. "It's the only way." "The cabin is closer. Aya needs someplace warm to rest. She's in no condition to go out into that storm." If we leave now, we can make it. I clenched my jaw and stared at the wall. If we go back, we won't have another chance to get into town. We'll be snowed in. You know this. But now we have food. We can make it. Food? Kate, we need more than food to survive. What about that fucking monster out there? She crossed her arms. What are we supposed to do with Aya then? I sighed and started pacing. I don't know. We can't leave her here. I know we can't leave her here, just... Why don't you go into town? I can take her back. Fuck no. I whipped around to face her. No, I'm not going to let you go out there by yourself. She gave me a look of frustration. Then what? What other ideas do you have? I had none. God damn it. God damn it all. Everything was wrong. All of it. Just when it seemed we couldn't sink any deeper into the filthy snow, it was just piling up. We couldn't stay here. Aya was nearing hypothermia, and that was evidence enough. This house didn't have a fireplace. For Christ's sake. The only options were to leave Aya here and go into town, or to take her back to the cabin and hunker down until spring came, or at least until the storms died down in late January. I hated myself for entertaining the idea of leaving Aya here, but it was my best shot at getting Kate to safety. That was, assuming, of course, the prospect of not being hunted and killed by the creature. Besides, Kate would never go for it. Fuck. I said, okay, fine. Let's head back. Quickly. The next storm is coming. We hurried and combed the rest of the house for supplies. There was little of use besides a couple of spare batteries and a flashlight. We also got more blankets. Whatever else we could find in the kitchen, and loaded them into anything we could carry. It would slow us down, but we had protection now. Guns. We just needed to outpace the storm. Outside, a breeze had already begun to grow. A wind like this wouldn't normally mean anything, but in December, it meant only one thing. We had to move. I caught sight of a shed on our way out. I went to check it out in case it had anything we could use. The shed was small and dark and cluttered to the brim with tool after redundant tool, but it did have some nails I could use to board up the house with. I also managed to pull loose an old wooden sled from an avalanche of falling debris. An old radio fell out of it. I stopped for a minute to look at it. A two-way radio. My hopes soared. This could be it. This could be our chance to call for help. I checked the bottom. It needed batteries. It was also busted. Maybe I could figure out how to fix it. I loaded in my already overstuffed bag and brought the sled out to the girls. We put everything we could onto it and strapped it down before heading out. As we walked, I kept an eye out for the creature. If it had managed to get to David, then it sure as hell could get us. We just had to keep moving. But with all of the extra weight and the extra person, we just weren't moving fast enough. Not to mention Aya didn't have snowshoes like us. Eventually, she had to hitch a ride on the sled while I struggled to pull her through the snow. Regardless, we were making okay time. I was sweating half to death and Aya wasn't looking so good. But if we kept up with the speed, we could make it back to the cabin by the time the wind started to get really bad. I grumbled to myself in a muted anger at everything. At myself. Even a little at Kate. It was her idea to come back. It was her sense to bring Aya back to the cabin. It was hard not to be a little bit upset. But I pushed the feelings down and trudged on. Forehead beating up and sweat dripping into the snow below. There was no sign of anything following us. Not as far as I could tell, but just past the halfway point, something was in the road. Something that hadn't been there before. I dropped the sled and went to investigate. My stomach churned. Tracks. Animal tracks. Kate came up and looked at them too. A look of confusion twisted onto her face. What is that? I said nothing but stared at them. I betrayed nothing, but on the inside my mind was raging. These weren't any ordinary tracks. They were large. Too large, even for a bear, and very deep. They reached several feet down. At the bottom I could see the tracks were almost star-shaped, with wide webbing connecting them. I swallowed my fear. Clearly these were new. At most, only a couple of hours old. Kate opened her mouth to say something, but only hot air came out. She looked at me, eyebrows furrowed in confusion. We need to go, I said suddenly, standing up. Come on, let's go. What made those tracks, Milo? Kate asked. I don't know. We're running out of time. Okay. She said, stepping over the tracks and continuing. I grabbed the sled and pulled harder. It was a struggle trying to get it through this much snow with that much weight on it, but it was the best we could do. I kept looking over my shoulder at Aya, who was strapped in blankets, and glancing beyond into the trees. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. We probably were. So why didn't it just come out and attack us already? The sky grew dark from a combination of the declining sun and the thickening of the cloud cover. The wind continued to grow and my heart beat from the effort of pulling the sled. But we couldn't stop. Not now. We were getting close. Off in the corner of my eye, I swore I saw something move. My neck snapped towards it, but whatever it was gone. Or maybe it was just a tree swaying in the wind. I felt like I was losing my mind. I steadied my breathing as best as I could and tried to keep up with Kate. I checked over my shoulder a few times just to make sure nothing was there. Aya sniffled from cold and fear and sadness over her lost father. After she was warmed up, it would only be a matter of time before she would reveal the creature for what it really was. What she saw. As much as I hated for Kate to know what was out in the snow with us, I knew that she would need to learn eventually. They all would, especially since we were in this for the long haul. Time grazed by ever so slowly, but we were almost there. The reflection of light off the snow helped to illuminate the area some, but the sky was almost black now, and the flurry of snow that was being whipped up didn't help. We flipped on a flashlight and checked our progress. Only 15 minutes to go. We could make it. Before long, the final stretch of road came into view. I felt relief rush through me. This was it. I took another few steps and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I clenched my jaw. We were definitely being watched. I turned my head to see behind us. At first I couldn't make out anything, but soon it became obvious. There was a distinct silhouette just past the tree line. Something large and quadrupedal, and a couple 100 feet away. My breathing went shallow. Go, I said to Kate. What? She called over the wind. Go, take Aya. What? What is it? I see something. I looked back at her. Now run. She grabbed the girl's hand and plowed through the snow. I tugged on the sled while keeping an eye on the creature behind me. The flashlight passed over it, and I swear I could see the faintest light reflecting back at me. The creature moved back into the trees. I cursed and continued to move, pushing against the wind. Up ahead, I could see Kate and Aya rushing as fast as they could to the house. They were almost there. I huffed and continued to shine the light all around, hoping I could catch a glimpse of the thing. And then I did. It was in front of me now and moving fast. It was headed toward the girls. No, I screamed. I dropped the sled and pulled out the rifle, firing it towards the creature with an echoing crack. It missed, but seemed to draw its attention. It stopped and looked towards me. I could see its body better now. It was tall, very tall. A couple of feet taller than me at least, with an arched back and long limbs that it used to step over the snow with ease. The creature's eyes lit up the light of my flashlight, and it seemed to slink back into the trees. I rushed towards the house, dragging the supplies. The cans rattled in the bags behind me. Somewhere out in the storm, I heard that infernal howling again, and I could tell now it was more like the screech of an elk laced with human screams. My spine tingled as I made it to the cabin's door, stumbling inside and collapsing on the floor. The group locked the door behind me, and Kate hugged me tightly, crying. I heard the gunshot, she said. I thought you were. I held her tightly and coughed from the effort of dragging the sled. Did you shoot him? Grace demanded. I shook my head. It's still out there. Beatrice sniffled. Where's David? Grace said, noticing that her husband was absent but her daughter had made it back. Where is he? I shook my head, standing up. He's dead. Grace put a hand over her mouth. No. You left him out there? He was dead when we made it to the house. Aya barely escaped with her life. Grace stumbled backwards into a chair. Beatrice led Aya to the bathroom to soak her in hot water. I collapsed next to the fire and felt the color return to my cheeks. Kate comforted Grace, who was now bawling. Oh God, this was it then. Unless we could find a way to fix that radio, we were going to be trapped inside this cabin, snowed in, and with that monster just outside. I wasn't afraid of starving to death anymore, or freezing. We had that covered. I was afraid of the moment when that thing decided it wanted in with us. The wind never stopped, and the windows wobbled like they might shatter at any time. The group sat around the fire, not saying anything, but all feeling somber at the loss of another group member. They looked to me and waited anxiously for something, anything I could say to make them feel better. The good news, I said at last, is that we found a radio. If we can manage to fix it, we can call for help. No replies. Aya coughed, huddled in the corner with puffy eyes encased in a cocoon of blankets. The bad news, I continued, obviously, is that David is dead. Grace tried to hold in her tears. And he wasn't killed by a person. Kate furrowed her brow at me. Grace looked up in a sort of bewildered blankness. I've been trying to avoid this, but it's time you all knew. Beatrice looked down. She knew what I was going to say. Our stalker isn't human. Milo? Kate said. What are you talking about? I rubbed my face in my hands. It's not human, Kate. The thing that killed David and Joel and Charlie is some kind of animal. Bullshit, Grace stammered. It's true, Beatrice said. I've seen it. And Aya's seen it too. I sighed. What is it? Kate asked. She looked scared. I don't know, I admitted. I haven't gotten a good look at it. Whatever it is, it's smart. And it's big. And it won't stop until we're all dead, Aya muttered. All eyes turned to her. It can't be killed. It's only a matter of time until we all end up like my dad. Her glossy eyes reflected the fireplace. We're going to be fine. I lied. We have food and heat, and we have a radio, and weapons to protect ourselves with. Grace bit her fingernails in relief and anxiety. I don't understand, she said. I don't understand what's out there. Neither do I. Whatever it is, it hasn't tried to get inside. Yet, Aya said. The group shifted and looked out the window at the snow. But it was too dark. Nothing could be seen more than a few feet. That thing could be anywhere outside. We sat in silence for the better part of an hour, and gradually some of us began to fall into a light sleep. I sat by the glass and watched, thinking about how the window must be the only visible thing, illuminated by the warm light of the fire. The creature was out there, and I was sure as hell that it could see me, watching for it. Hopefully that was enough to deter it. I kept one of the rifles nearby just in case. The clock struck 5 a.m., and I could feel myself falling asleep. Kate came up next to me, and we both looked out into the storm. Why didn't you tell me? She said. I don't know. I didn't want you to have to be afraid. I'm a grown woman, you know. I know, but it tears me up inside when you're in any kind of pain. Do you think the creature is what you saw when you crashed the car? I nodded. Why didn't it kill you? I shook my head. I don't know. Secretly, I knew that it liked to toy with its victims. Why don't you get some sleep? I'll keep watch. I agreed. I hadn't slept much at all those past few days. I needed the rest. Wake me up if you see anything, or hear anything. She nodded and I kissed her on the head before finding a spot on the couch to lie down. In the darkness of sleep, I dreamt of a great forest of massive fir trees that stood silent in the snow. Among them were a dozen or so massive footprints of some demonic creature that dwarfed me. And within them were the tracks of the monster that stalked us, with its wide webbed toes that ended in thick claws. They were easily big enough to crush my skull. I shuddered at the thought, and just before waking up I heard the sound again, traveling through the trees like a song on the open air. That horrible screeching like an elk in the dead of night, tortured and brutal. I woke in a cold sweat and moved closer to the fire. The sky outside told me it was still night, but a quick glance at the clock told me the time was closer to midday. I relieved Kate of her duty and she went about preparing food for the group. The stove had stopped working several days ago, and now it wouldn't light, so all we had was the fire to warm our food up with. It worked well enough. We would still have to ration, but at least we wouldn't be constantly hungry now. No new developments happened for the next few days. I heard nothing on the wind. I saw no shadows just beyond the veil of darkness. I busied myself with the radio, which I tried desperately to fix without having any technical knowledge. Some of the wires were frayed. I don't know how to fix that. I didn't have any electrical tape. It was looking like an uphill battle, and the more I tinkered, the more that the contents of the radio seemed out of place. Maybe somebody handy could slap it together easily, but I was at a loss. More than once I got frustrated and paced around upstairs so I could be alone. Christmas Day came and passed. Nobody celebrated much. Beatrice tried to make the day special for her kids. But even at their age, they knew the holiday had been soured. They were missing a brother and a father. In the end, we all sat by the fire and watched as it waned before adding another Yule log. Nearly a week after the storm had started, I was sitting by the window and watching for movement. Sometime in the night, I somehow fell asleep. When I woke up, the fire was smoldering. I added another log and stood to stretch my back. That's when I heard it. Scratching. The same scratching I had heard weeks earlier at the start of this hellish experience. Somewhere on the cabin wall. Before I had thought it was a raccoon. Now my thoughts turned dark. Cautiously, without waking anyone up, I found the hunting rifle and slid the back door open. We had managed to dig a path through the snow from the exit so we could get out, but pretty soon it would be an impossible task. I crawled my way up to the top of the snow and started around the house. The drift was 5 feet at this point. Without snowshoes, we wouldn't be able to move at all, but how much longer did we have until it was impossible to leave the house at all? We'd be completely snowed in soon. Already the cabin had a thick layer of snow on it that I wasn't sure it had been built to handle. Eventually we would have to climb out the upstairs windows to get out. I stepped through the fresh snow and saw that it was still outside. No wind, no snowfall. My breathing seemed to be the loudest thing apart from the sound of fresh snow breaking under my shoes. Whatever was clawing at the house had already heard me. I rounded the side of the house and saw nothing. Of course I did. Whatever this creature was, it was probably inside the walls already. Some raccoon. Or it was buried beneath a crust worth of frozen water and trying to hollow its burrow some more. I sighed and shone the light around. Despite the bright reflective snow, the sky was dark enough to make anything outside of my flashlight beam disappear instantly. Anything could be out there. I turned to head back inside but stopped when I noticed something peculiar. I hadn't noticed it before because the white snow and the darkness made it blend in. It was a hole. A hole dug along the side of the house towards the spot where the scratching had been. I took a couple more hesitant steps and peered into it. The hole was big. Too big for anything that could feasibly create it. How long had this been here? Judging by how little snow was inside, I guessed that it was constantly being tended to. At the bottom of the hole I could see the base of the house. The paneling had been clawed away, exposing the insulation and the pipes in certain places, but it wasn't right. Something wasn't right. It was surface level scratches, not something that was trying to get inside. Insulation had been torn out too, and that was going to be a whole other problem now. Being so close to the warmest room in the house, I was going to have to patch this thing up. I stood and looked around. That was going to take several minutes at least. I dreaded the idea of it. Why gouge out the side of the house like this? In my mind, it was the creature that did it. What else could have dug that hole? The hairs on my neck perked up. I swung the light around behind me, illuminating the tree line some 50 feet away. Instantly, my chest tightened up and I struggled to move at all. There it was. 2 eyes gleaming in the light of my torch. They shifted in the dark, looking directly at me, and in the silence I could hear a deep huffing sound like breathing or grunting that made my spine twitch. It wanted me to come out there. It wasn't trying to get inside at all. I held my breath and took a step towards the house. It didn't move. I took another and it bolted towards me. I wasn't far from the door. I dove into the snow and pulled it open, spilling powder in as I did. Then it slid closed, leaving me panting on the floor, covered in the stuff. Outside, I had dropped the flashlight, and in its shadow I could see the creature towering just behind it. I climbed to my feet and watched as it approached the window. My throat seized up. This was it. This was the end for us. I could see clearly now that the monster dwarfed me. It could easily smash the glass with just one swipe. From the light of the fireplace spilling out into the dark, it was easy to notice that it was at least 8 or 9 feet tall, with impossibly long and muscular front legs that it used to stand in the snow. Each one was as tall as me and probably weighed enough to be placed in my resting weight category. Its shoulders and neck were strong too, like a bison or buffalo or bear. The spine was long and curved downward steeply. eventually ending in two legs about half as long as the front, but with backwards knees. Along the shoulders, chest, and down the back was long and thick dark fur. The rest of the body hair was shorter, but just as thick. The head of the monster was what immediately caught my attention. It was massive, supported by its bulking musculature. The closest thing I can describe to it is a deer skull with a long pointed snout, and teeth set in to make it look like it was constantly grimacing. It had two massive hulking antlers as well, but the skin was too close to the bone, like it was stretched unnaturally, like a balloon about to burst. Its eyes were large and deep set, and I could see now that they were pitch black but glazed over with white, almost like it was blind. But it wasn't. Every now and again the light caught the white patches in its eyes as it stared through the glass at me, reflecting the light as if it were a cat. It stood there breathing heavily so that I could hear the grunting through the window. I could sense an intelligence inside of it, an understanding that I was afraid, that my heart had climbed into my mouth and I wouldn't be able to do anything to stop this thing if it decided it wanted to break the window. The rest of the group slept, ignorant of the horror that was right outside. I saw it turn its head and twitch its eyes between each sleeping occupant, teeth still grimacing like a rotten corpse's would. Hot breath spilled out between its black gums, and it was close enough to the window now that I saw the glass fog up a little. I didn't know what to do. I stood helpless, shaking like a leaf as this thing watched the group, probably assessing whether or not it wanted to kill us now. Its eyes moved to Beatrice, then to Aya, to Grace, the Griffith girls, and then landed on Kate, closest to the window and within snapping distance of its massive jaws. My stomach twisted in on itself as I saw Kate's helpless body be sized up by this unholy abomination. Instinctively, I screamed at it and waved my arms. It looked to me. The gun. I needed the gun. I looked around for where I had left it. Behind me, Grace was waking up, trying to figure out why I was screaming. Beatrice's eyes fluttered open as well, but it was too late. I could see the monster slinking back into the shadows again, disappearing completely from view. What is it? Grace said, sitting upright, and with a twinge of panic in her voice. I sat down next to the fire, breathing heavily, and looking out the window. Nothing. It's gone now. We need to board up the windows. Kate looked at the window I was staring at and stepped away from it, sitting down next to me. You saw it? I nodded. It's clawing away at the insulation. It's trying to freeze us out. The Griffith girl stifled tears. What? Grace said, confused. There's a hole in the wall over there. I motioned. On the outside. The group shifted uncomfortably. The monster was getting bolder. As much as I hated the idea of not being able to see outside, the windows needed to be boarded up if we were going to protect ourselves from this thing. We gathered the boards that I had sitting in the attic from an old project and got to work nailing the windows. When we ran out of wood, we started smashing furniture and using that. In a few hours' time, we had closed up every peeping hole into the house except for the sliding glass door. We managed to pull a bookcase in front of it, leaving a small sliver we could peek into with the storm with. By the time we had finished, the storm outside was already well on its way back, but I still needed to fix the hole in the wall outside. I employed Grace to hold the gun and watch my back. Inside, I had found a slab of styrofoam from some old furniture set we had bought. I stuffed as much as I could into the hole and got to work boarding it up, wind threatening to pull the flashlight from my mouth and teeth along with it. Behind me, Grace stood at the ready, watching for any movement. We managed to get the problem fixed, but I wasn't sure for how long. The creature could be back at any time and tear the house a new one easily. We made it back inside, shaking the snow off ourselves and pushing the bookcase back in place. I had to find out how to fix that radio. It was our only shot of making it out of here alive. The group sat by the fire, and one by one we dozed in and out of sleep once more. The perpetual darkness outside was making it hard to tell the time of day. To our bodies, it was always night. We were always tired. The time on the wall didn't matter anymore. More than once I became frustrated with the progress I was making on the radio, and stormed off to a colder part of the house to collect my thoughts, thinking through deep breaths of steam. I was no handyman, no electrician, and never had been. It seemed like a simple task, fixing a radio, but I still struggled to even diagnose a problem with it. More time passed. Life was stagnant, like a pool of dirty water formed from the melting of snow, unchanging. There was no other sign of the creature, thank God, but then again, we had a limited viewing range from the few cracks between boarded windows, the piling snow outside, and the perpetual darkness. It could be anywhere. It seemed like it was everywhere, always just at the edge of my waking mind and always in my dreams. I could only imagine it was the same for the others. Worse for poor Beatrice and Aya, who had been scarred by the witnessing of the monster killing their loved ones. In fact, Aya had begun to display odd behavior. I would sometimes wake up and find her by the back door looking through the crack and into the night. Other times she would make dark comments about the creature, turning every conversation towards it and making no effort to pretend like she believed we would make it out of here alive. She ate less, engaged less, and slept less. I could tell she needed psychiatric help. What she saw happen to her father was eating away at her mind, but there was something there that disturbed me too. Something dark in her eyes, hollow, like she was looking at something on the horizon. For some reason it made me feel uncomfortable, unsafe even. But then again, I wasn't in my best mental state either. I chalked it up to paranoia and did my best to watch her in case she tried to hurt herself. One night or day while the others slept and I peeked through the back door, I heard her behind me. When I turned to look, her eyes were red, but not like she'd been crying, like she was having an allergic reaction, or from strain. "There's no point, you know," she said. I sighed. "As long as there are people in this house, I'm going to keep watch." "It knows you're looking for it. It can see you." I squinted out into the storm. I didn't find that very likely, but I believed her anyway. "How do you know that?" She didn't answer me. "We're going to die in this house." "Why do you say things like that?" "Because it's true." Her voice was monotone and devoid of emotion. "What makes you think that?" "Sooner or later it's going to want to get inside, and there's nothing stopping it from doing so." I didn't like the way she seemed so sure. "Why don't you go lie down?" I said. She didn't say anything but turned away from me and left. For the next hour I sat in the dark and thought about what she had said. Sometime later that night I heard her again talking to herself, talking in her sleep. "Cold flame," she said, "drenched in a pale odor, drenched in blood, like the swinging of the cosmos on high, in the deepest of the trees beyond the grave of life. Hunger, the white eyes of deity, clinging the lichen to your chest. Fear, in that pale odor comes the tang of death, the warmth of blood on snow. In the trees a deity, ancient, malevolent, in the trees a beast, growing, growling, preying on you." I shuddered. That girl was seriously disturbed. We needed to get out of there and get her help. More time passed and the storm never seemed to cease. No new developments came with the radio, and I resisted the urge to smash it out of anger. Eventually, the wind did seem to die down, but the storm didn't stop. It was enough to be able to move outside, though. Like an eye of a hurricane, I took the opportunity to pull the group together and explain our situation. "I don't understand," Grace said. "You want us to go out there?" "Yes," I explained again. "In 2 groups." "Why?" "We need firewood before the snow gets too high and we become trapped in here." "What's wrong with the wood we have?" "It's fine, but I want to get more. In case the storm lasts longer into the season, we might run out if that happens." "But I thought you had that radio." "We're not staying here all winter." "No," I sighed. "But we need to be prepared for all possibilities. I don't know if I can fix it." I could tell Grace was upset with me. "I don't understand what's so hard about it. David would be able to fix it." I rubbed the bridge of my nose. "I'm not David." "Clearly." "I think," Kate bumped in, "we should focus on surviving. Nobody wanted anything bad to happen, but..." "Oh, you're just glad that your husband is still alive," Grace said, eyes wet. "Excuse me?" "Oh, don't play dumb. We all know you volunteered Dave so you could stay here." She snarled at me. "You think I volunteered him?" I shouted. "David chose to go. He gave his life to protect you. And look at you, unharmed." "We couldn't know that this would happen," Kate said, trying to douse the flame. "You should have been there," Grace continued, getting more emotional. "He wouldn't be dead if you had gone with them. Aya wouldn't have had to see her father die." I could feel my chest getting hot. "And what? Just let that thing get in here? Kill you instead?" "You didn't seem to have a problem leaving us here when Kate was with you." I clenched my jaw. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You don't care about any of us. You only care about her." "Bullshit. I let you into my house. I risked our lives getting your daughter back here." "Stop it." Beatrice squealed from the couch. She was crying. "Please, stop it." I realized I was heaving in anger. Grace was doing the same with tears in her eyes. I looked to Kate, who had a concerned look on her eyebrows. "It's poisoned you all," Aya spoke. We all looked at her. She was standing by the fire and staring into it. "What?" Kate asked. "Look deeply, and you will find the stench of the beast in your minds." "Aya? Honey?" Grace sniffled. "Please sit down. You're scaring me." Aya turned and looked at us. "The beast is hungry." "Aya?" Grace scolded. "Stop. Sit down." "Why?" "Please, you don't know what you're saying." "You bicker, and you fight, and soon you'll turn on each other like animals." "I think we all have a bad case of cabin fever," I said. She looked at me, through me. "You've seen it? You know the Wisoken is here, in this room?" My heart pounded in my chest. "The what?" "Aya!" Grace shrieked. Aya turned and walked to the peephole by the back door, staring out into the dark storm again. She is going through some kind of psychosis," I made up. "Excuse me?" Grace said. "She needs help," I told her. "We need to get her help." "She's just frightened. What we need to do is get out of here." "Frightened? Jesus Christ, Grace. The girl watched her father get torn to pieces. You need to comfort her," I yelled. Grace stifled tears. In the bathroom, I could hear Beatrice's girls start to cry. Everyone could hear what I was saying. She stood to go to them. "Let's drop it, okay?" Kate said, putting a hand on my shoulder. I nodded. I needed a breather. Grace left for the kitchen. "I'll make some coffee," Kate said. "I think we need a break." She left too. In the other room, I could see her talking quietly to Grace and trying to comfort her. But the widow moved away from her hand. I sat by the fire watching the flames slowly consume the log. There was something wrong with Aya. I knew, but I could tell it wasn't just some sort of coping mechanism. She was right. There was something evil in here with us. With her. That thing, whatever she called it. It could burrow itself in your mind. I knew it because I could feel it too, worming its way into my subconscious. It was more than just paranoia, more than cabin fever. It was like I could feel it making me go mad. Pretty soon we would all be at each other's throats. I shivered. I was cold. It was cold. Not even the heat of the fire was enough to truly drive it off. The storm grew again and we never left to go get more firewood. I fumbled away at the radio, but I knew it was futile. I had tried every combination in every order and orientation. I wanted to throw it. I wanted to smash it out of frustration and anger. Even with my fingers inches away from the fire, they still felt frozen. It was like trying to do neurosurgery with sausages. Meanwhile, more time passed between spats. Days at first, then hours. Soon I found myself head to head with the others of the cabin at almost every given moment. I even found myself yelling at Kate sometimes. I couldn't handle the pressure of all the warm bodies, the conflicting emotions and collective fear of the monster and storm outside. I felt like crawling into the fireplace and letting it eat away at my bones and my heart. I needed it to warm my mind. I could feel something cold creeping its fingers under my scalp and burrowing itself into my gray matter. I felt dizzy after standing up. I twitched when I heard sounds outside. Aya continued to deteriorate. Her eyes grew more bloodshot from lack of sleep, or maybe some immense pressure behind the skull that was ready to burst through. I became relatively afraid of her. More than once I woke up from a light sleep to find her standing over me, or over one of the Griffiths or her mother, or over Kate. But the more I pushed Grace to do something, the more she built a wall around herself. Sometimes when she thought I was asleep, Aya would speak to the walls. I could only ever catch fragments of her conversation, but whenever her lips would part, and the whispering voice like cold wind came through, I shivered at the thought. No, the feeling that something was just on the other side looking for a way in. I knew it was out there too, because it constantly reminded us as it scraped away at the cabin's paneling from time to time, or howled its horrible death call on the wind. One night, I lay on my side, on the couch watching the fire. The radio was in front of me, still busted. I hadn't even tried to fix it for several days. My mind was aching to get out of the cabin, but the only bud of hope was hopelessly wrecked. Out of boredom and desperation, I picked it up one last time and began pulling wires from their outlets, exposing the frayed inside. I haphazardly connected the pieces together to see what, if anything, would happen. At that point, I knew I would never be able to fix it, so I figured I might as well try everything, even if it would completely destroy the thing. A spark shot from the wires and missed my finger. I threaded the copper together and something crackled. I blinked. Was that coming from outside? The static returned and I shot upright, still holding the wires in place. Shit, that was coming from the radio. I rapidly hit the button on the top and turned the dial, hoping I could find something. My stomach twisted into knots of adrenaline. Unhooking the microphone, I brought it to my mouth. SOS, I said. SOS. We're trapped and dying. With effort, I managed to sputter out my address and waited for a response. I was met with the sound of radio static. Hello? Hello? I need emergency rescue. Anyone there? Still nothing. I hit the button some more times. The receiver squealed, picked up the sound of a low growl, and short-circuited, electrocuting my hand. I dropped the radio and it smoked, now completely and utterly fried. That was it. That was our only lifeline. And now Kate and I were going to die out here. Kate was going to die because we had to go back to the cabin instead of leaving. I screamed and stomped on the broken machine. The adrenaline of hope was deformed into rage. Pieces of the radio went flying and cold tears formed at the corners of my eyes. The others woke up and Kate rushed to my side, holding my chest while I breathed. Wiping my eyes off on my arm, I looked around the room. I could see the shocked face of Grace, the confusion on Beatrice's, how scared the little girls were. Kate was concerned and sad for me. What in the hell is wrong with you? Grace shouted. It's fucking broken, I spat. Nothing. We're going to die here. I fumed. Grace stood up and pushed me. We're going to die because of you. You should have gone with David. You even had the chance to make it to town after you went after him. It's all your fault, and now you've destroyed our last hope. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Aya escort the children to the bathroom, where I assumed she had a hot bath running. I pushed Grace out of the way and kicked the radio bits some more as I walked past. It came on, I said, and it short-circuited. Nobody was on the other side. Face it, we're all a fucking alone out here, and that's how it's going to stay. I crouched by the fire and turned the log, still breathing heavily. Grace sat down and buried her face in her hands. Kate sat next to me and pet my back. I leaned my head against hers. We all sat in misery for the next few minutes as the wind shook the foundation of the house. We were all too tired of fighting with each other. There was no point anymore. We were all shells of our former selves, ghouls of skin and bone and full of icy anger at ourselves and at each other. Eventually the group began to fall asleep again, but I remained at the fireside, staring into the flames that I'd grown so accustomed to watching. It was the only source of light, the only source of warmth, and we all huddled around it like primitive Neanderthals trying to survive something much greater than ourselves, so much bigger. We were tiny specks in the eyes of the storm and playthings for the beast outside. Prey. We were mice being swatted by a cat. I got up and headed to the bathroom. I'd forgotten that Aya and Beatrice's little girls were in there. I walked in on Aya crouched by the bathtub. Her head snapped to meet me, and I could see her eyes were horribly dilated and wild. Blood dripped from her teeth. Aya, you're bleeding, I started. I didn't finish because I noticed the blood was not her own. Lying in the tub were the gutted remains of Sarah and Elizabeth Griffith, their shining organs still steaming with the heat of their bodies. Painted across the walls were the bits of sinew and flesh that Aya had been devouring raw. I screamed and the monster in front of me shrieked, sending bits of the little girls flying with her crimson saliva. My heart twisted into an expression of agony as the girl pushed past me and into the hallway, leaving a trail of bright blood dripping from her clothes while the others were awakened again to the sound of horrible wailing. Dizziness overcame me, and I doubled over, vomiting the remains of the canned food I'd eaten hours earlier. Aya ran through the living room, and as the others realized she was soaked in blood, they started to scream too, now all scrambling and disorganized. Grace pleaded with her to stop, but she cackled, calling out to the creature in the storm. In one swift motion, she catapulted herself over the couch and pulled the bookshelf down so she could get at the back door. Frigid wind rushed in as she pulled it open and scrambled outside, clawing her way through the snow that had collected and out into the darkness. Grace screamed for someone to do something. I yelled back in desperation and blamed her for not watching her daughter. Meanwhile, Beatrice, who realized her daughters were not in the living room with us, ran to the bathroom and shrieked with all the heart-wrenching agony of a mother who had lost everything and fainted. Kate pulled herself into the corner unsure of what to do while screaming rang throughout the house. Grace looked between me and the open door, almost foaming at the mouth with anger. Then she turned and ran out the door after her daughter, just as underdressed as she was. I closed the door behind her and locked it. Kate was over by the bathroom now, and she was retching too. I could hear her crying and could see her clutching her stomach. Neither of us had any idea of what to do. Everything had gone from horrible to abhorrent in no time. All at once, we had lost 4 of our members of the house, and we were down to 3. After Kate and I collected ourselves some, we closed the door to the bathroom, where blood was now spilling out from under the door, and brought Beatrice to the fire. Then the 2 of us sat in the kitchen, still violently shaking and glancing back at the glass door in the off chance that Aya or her mother were to come back. Neither of us knew what to do. The sudden shock of it all hung in the air like the stench of decay. In hindsight, I knew I should have got more vigilant. I could see the girl changing in front of me, but I never thought it would become this bad. I feared for my own safety. How much longer could we last? There were only 3 of us left. Hardly enough to defend ourselves from that horrible creature. That wasn't even surveying the emotional damage that might make us go crazy faster. After an hour or so, I finally got the nerve to try and clean the blood from under the doorway. I wedged a few towels underneath and hoped that the bathroom would be cold enough to stop the bodies from decaying. I had no intention to ever step foot in there again. What could I even do? Scoop the poor girls into buckets and dump them into the snow? Kate tended to Beatrice as she woke up screaming. All through the night, I was painfully aware of her howling in pain as she cried until she was dehydrated. She'd lost everything. First her husband, then her son, and now her daughters. As the hours churned by, I became more and more afraid of what she might do to herself in agony. I made sure to keep her attention away from the bathroom door, and Kate tried her best to make something nice to eat with the extra rations we now had. Why had Aya snap like that? It was the monster, sure, but how? What was this thing? Something supernatural? Paranormal? I knew it wasn't natural, but where its abilities seemed to end blended with the realm of fiction. I was convinced it was at least partially responsible for Aya's psychosis, and probably wholly responsible for her visceral violence. Who would be next? Who would the creature target and speak through the walls to? How would I know if it was me? If it was Kate? Until it was too late. More days passed and the storm never ceased. It could have been weeks since it last started, or days. Time was thick and slow like molasses in January. Snow piled up past the windows and completely snowed us in. The only way out was through the second story. One night, I sat by the fire with Beatrice. Kate was asleep next to me. Head on my lap. Aya was right, she said at length, quietly. We're never getting out of this. I wanted to tell her she was wrong, but the words died at my lips. Why did this have to happen? She continued. I rocked my head from side to side lazily. Whenever I sleep, I can see it, Beatrice told me. I can see its eyes staring into mine while it tears away at my husband and my children, and I can't do anything to stop it. A tear fell from her eye. On top of the house, above feet of snow, I could hear something shifting. Neither of us bothered to look up. The widow sighed. It's always out there, just waiting for us to give up. I'm thinking we should. No, I said. I'm not giving up. As long as Kate is here, with me, I'm not going to let that thing win. I don't have someone anymore, Milo. I'm all alone. Her voice cracked. More movement on the house, and then a screaming shriek into the darkness. The Wisoken, Beatrice muttered. I turned to look at her. What? The monster. I looked back into the flames. In the heart of flaming rage, there burned a being of terrible age, Beatrice whispered. When the gears of time were taut, and in the night there was but not a single voice would rise above a howling wind stripped of love. She turned away from me and lay down to sleep. I was left alone with the feeling of my hair standing on end, like something was in the room with me. Of course, when I turned, there was nothing, but I knew that I was being watched, studied, broken down to be used as fuel for some infernal fire of cold sadism. Another howl came, and I was left alone with my thoughts in the shuddering walls of the cabin. In the next few days, Beatrice continued to worsen. I saw her shudder at any noise, and she hardly ate. Her eyes grew bloodshot, and Kate and I feared she would try to hurt herself. Or worse, she might try to get outside, pulling us all in danger. We took turns covertly watching her withering frame crawl closer and closer into the flame with each passing day. Beyond Beatrice, though, I could feel my own mind consuming itself. My only source of sanity was Kate, who delicately held my consciousness on strings. When the creature scratched at the walls or climbed on the roof, I could sense her fear and feel my own senses become overwhelmed with a desire to make the thing go away. I couldn't let it reach her. The thought of anything happening to her out here was enough to make me go mad, but the idea that she might be horribly mutilated and torn to shreds by the monster filled me with such burning nausea that I had to force myself to think about anything else. More and more my mind seemed to turn to the sunny beaches of the Caribbean, with my wife next to me. A hot sun beat down on pale skin while the ocean breathed with salty life on the shore. It was a dream that seemed to be slipping away the more I thought of it, the longer I stayed buried under tons of snow and anxiety. I watched one night as Kate tried to get Beatrice to eat. Her once round figure was thinning out, and I could see the concern on Kate's face. Please, Bea, she said softly. Just a little bite. It can't hurt. Not hungry. You need the food. Beatrice's hand shot out and flung the fork from Kate's hand. It clattered to the floor, and Beatrice hugged her knees, staring into the corner. I could hear her muttering. Kate stood and backed up, walking towards me. Beatrice's muttering grew louder and louder, a series of incoherent speech patterns and short bursts of laughter. She was losing her mind like Aya had. What do we do? Kate asked, holding my shirt sleeve. I rubbed my forehead. I don't know. I think we need to keep her locked up. Are you crazy? She'll hurt herself. She'll freeze. Kate, she's going to hurt us if we don't do something. So help me God, I'm not going to let anything fucking happen to you. We can't. She needs our help. I sighed. We can put her over there, in the closet, and give her blankets. She won't be able to do anything in there. Kate looked back and forth between the rocking woman and the door of the coat closet. Okay, she whispered. Together we managed to lift Beatrice up and put her into the little space. We gave her a series of blankets and a crank lantern, along with some books to read. To my surprise, she offered no resistance, but as we moved her, I could see a sort of hatred in her eyes that made me shiver. Finally, it was just me and Kate left in the room again, huddled together by the fire like we'd done countless times over countless winters. But it seemed like this would be the last. I wanted to cry. I just wanted to leave, but we were trapped and being toyed with. The only company we had was the woman in the closet, who we fed canned food every now and again, and the monster outside that reminded us it was there with its screams. More time passed. It always seemed like time was passing. How long had it been since we lost the girls? Maybe just a few days, but it really felt like weeks. Every minute was agony. More and more we started to hear Beatrice bang on the door, or could hear her talking and laughing like a mental hospital patient. When we opened the door to feed her, we saw that she had stopped cranking the lantern and was living in complete darkness. Even the books had been torn and she was huddled in the corner. It seemed like she was never sleeping. I caught a glimpse of her eyes and saw they were crimson like Aya's had been. All the time my body felt like I was being stretched thin. I felt claustrophobic, anxious, cold. Like Beatrice, I couldn't sleep. I was afraid something was happening to me too, but worst of all was the creeping dread. The constant reminder that we were being hunted. The slow build-up to what felt like a catastrophic climax. Like our lives were just some sick form of entertainment for this monster. It came closer to the house. It was louder. It came more often. My hair seemed to stand on end at all times, like electricity was building in the air, ready to discharge in a bolt of lightning at any moment. The worst part was that there was nothing I could do to stop it from simply breaking in and killing us while we slept. It all came crashing down when I heard the digging by the back door. Kate was asleep. Beatrice was silent. But there was the unmistakable sound of the monster outside, huffing mechanically as snow was shoveled out of the way. I pulled aside the bookcase to see its long arms reaching into the hole and pulling massive chunks of powdery snow out with its wid hands. A pit reaching from the top layer all the way down to the door frame. I caught sight of its eyes as it pulled the last bit of snow out, glittering in the faint light of the house. I let out a screech that pierced through the air and made the window shudder. I winced and covered my ears, and Kate snapped awake. But by the time she had made it to me, the monster had already gone. I held her back with one hand and gripped the rifle in the other, scanning the darkness for signs of movement. This was it. I was sure of it. It was going to try to get inside. Nothing moved, save for the snow, being pulled by the hurricane wind. Then, tumbling into the pit, was a frozen body. It was Aya. She landed face up, and I could see her grotesque face crusted with blackened skin. Her lips were curled back, exposing her gums and teeth still red with frozen blood. Her eyelids were similarly stuck open, and the look of her horribly disfigured body made me want to gag. Then she moved. I jumped backwards, and Kate stood behind me, standing on her toes to look over my shoulder. Aya's body twitched, legs and arms bending over so slightly at the frozen joints, and she climbed to her feet like a robot brought to life. Kate screamed, and I held the gun at the horrible aberration of nature in front of us. Aya's stiff fingers, still curled, reached for the handle of the door and tried to pull at it. Jesus Christ, she was trying to get inside. I looked into the eyes of the ghoul. I couldn't tell if they were alive or dead. They could barely move in their sockets, but I sensed a sort of recognition in them when they saw me. If her lips weren't stuck into a permanent sneer, I swear she would have smiled. She continued to pull at the door, but it was locked. I resisted the urge to put the thing out of its misery. She was hopelessly immobile, stumbling at every jerk of the handle. Fingers permanently curled and blackened. After a moment, she put her hand on the glass and tried to break it with her fist, but she was still too slow, her flesh too frozen. Kate and I backed away from the door as a sound came from the front door. A knocking. My heart was squeezed in my chest, and Kate and I held each other. A short trip to the other door revealed it was Grace. Body and face disfigured just as much as her daughter's, but with sort of agonizing pain in her eyes that made me want to tear my own out. Kate whimpered. We were being surrounded by the horrible things. What would be next? David's body would appear. Joel's? The answer came from the closet door. Inside, Beatrice screamed and professed her love for the creature of the storm while she tried desperately to break free. The handle came loose and the door burst open, revealing her withering body. Eyes so bloodshot that tears of red were actually coming from her eyes. She smiled with cracked lips and cackled before barreling towards me and Kate. I panicked and shot at the woman. The bullet hit a lamp and she launched herself over the sofa with inhuman speed. I shot again and tore a hole in the cushions. She slid into the kitchen, coming to a stop at the knives, and pulled the biggest, sharpest one she could find. I screamed for Kate to get behind me as the woman charged. I shot again and it hit her in the stomach, but only did little to stop her. She hobbled towards me still. I fired another shot, the sound making my exposed ears ring, and the bullet lodged itself in her arm. She howled in bloodlust-soaked rage and turned to the glass door next to her, where Aya was still trying to break in. Before I could do anything, Beatrice grabbed the knife at the glass and it cracked. She lifted her arm for another strike, but she was stopped when another shot went through her skull and her sick mind came flying out the other side. Kate cowered and hid her face in my shirt. I shook as Beatrice's body collapsed, and I swear I saw it twitching still. My eyes went to face the back door, where Aya was steadily knocking at the damaged area. The spiderweb cracks grew and my stomach churned as I realized what was about to happen. The glass came down all at once and the frigid storm came blowing into the house. Aya stumbled after us, jaws agape, and I shot her 4 times before she fell to the ground. Now we were exposed. The snow blew into the house and the fireplace shuddered. We were going to die. Outside, the screech of the horrible monster could be heard. It was coming for us now. Upstairs, I screamed at Kate. Go upstairs. She sprinted for the staircase as the sound of a massive body hit the ground. I turned to see the beast, grinning to expose its teeth and crouching down just to fit inside. It shrieked again, like the sound of a dying deer, and scrambled after us. I fired the rest of the rounds into the monster, but it was no use. I was out of ammo. Throwing down the gun, I turned up the stairs, pushing Kate forward, and we ran into the room. The staircase behind us was destroyed with the weight of our assailant, and I could hear its heavy breathing as it tried to clamber through the hallway that was too small for it. I collapsed next to the bed and slammed the door shut. In the corner, Kate was crying and shivering. I crawled up to her and held her, crying myself. This was it. This was the end of it all. I failed to protect her. All I ever wanted was to keep her safe, and I couldn't do it. Now she was going to be killed by that thing, and there was nothing to be done. The monster dragged its claws against the door, but seemed like it couldn't break it down. The hallway was too small for it to make any great effort. It shrieked again and a sharp pain stabbed my eardrums. I held Kate closer, watching my breath crystallize through blurry tears. I couldn't let her get hurt by it. She was too pure, too innocent. On her finger I could see our wedding ring glinting in the dark. She didn't deserve this. If that thing got to us, she would suffer. She would die in agony. There was only one way out. I held Kate tighter and told her I loved her. She squeezed me back and I pulled her in more, feeling her warm body against mine. Slowly my fingers crept to her throat and I gripped her still tighter, shuddering from sobs. She gasped for air but didn't fight back. All the while my body fight me, filling me with stabbing pains of guilt and regret and love, and Kate's body went limp. I crumpled and sobbed. It was my turn now. My turn to die. I couldn't see through my misery, but I heard the door crack. It was almost here. I couldn't let it reach me. It couldn't have the satisfaction. My fingers searched the floor, the bedside table, looking for anything sharp. Nothing. There was nothing. The door splintered and the giant monster crawled inside. It stopped at the bedside, crouching to keep its muscular shoulders from grinding against the ceiling. It heaved and I wiped away the tears from my eyes. All I felt was numbness now. I was going to be with Kate. Even in the dark, I swear I could see its eyes, glinting faintly at some unknown light source. Or maybe they were glowing themselves. But for a minute, neither of us moved. We just heaved, staring at each other. This was it. All this time waiting for us. The Wisoken seemed to invade my mind. I could feel a sort of sick pleasure and a burning desire to crawl into the snow, to devour the flesh of my wife, but I resisted and screamed at the thing. It sucked in several breaths in quick succession like an animal about to sneeze and then started to back out of the room. I screamed. I yelled. I howled at the thing to come back, but it didn't. I cried and ripped out my own hair and fell to the ground shuddering. My ringing ears played tricks on me. I could hear the air being sliced, a deep bellowing sound shaking my chest while I cried, but it didn't go away. It continued, and then I could hear muffled shouts. The window behind me shattered and the room was flooded with electric light. The barricades were torn apart and I was lifted by the living hands of humans and taken out into the snow. Half awake, I saw that the storm was gone somehow. There were people. There was a helicopter hovering above the house, now almost completely snowed in. The radio had sent my distress call after all. The whole time, I had thought nobody was coming. In my heart, I felt the pain of the horrible realization that I was going to live and that Kate was dead. Kate was dead because I killed her, and now I was being lifted into the helicopter. I wanted to be down there. I wanted to be dead instead of here. I tried to scream and cry and resist, but I couldn't. I wanted to tell them to leave me, but they wouldn't. And I saw the snow below us fall away, taking the cabin with it, smoke still sputtering from the chimney, leaving behind the only person I'd ever loved. Dead and freezing in that horrible fucking cabin. Ever since we were little, my brother Cody and I were obsessed with supernatural happenings, ghost sightings, alien abductions, the works. And over the years, we've spent our summers investigating them. We stayed local when we were kids, hunting down stories in our community from newspaper clippings at the library in our town. But as we got older, we branched out, taking our investigating to a national level. A A few years ago, after we became bored with the more well-known haunted locations in America, we began our search for places more hidden, places less well-known. That's when we found the Society. The Society is a moderately sized online community of people sharing rumors, coordinates, and information of places that have had supernatural occurrences, massive death tolls, or instances of occult activity. So far, we've only had mild success. About as much as you see on a Ghost Hunters TV show. But 2 months ago, my brother and I found out about Site 49. Site 49 is a long abandoned town in the southern part of Utah that was the location of numerous horrific tragedies. Many of the people in the society attest to it being so haunted. You'll experience strange occurrences just by being within 2 miles of the place. 1 month ago, my brother and I were supposed to track it down together, right after our time off from work started. But then my brother and I got into a fight. A big one. Probably the biggest of our lives. I don't want to bore you with too many details, but basically it boils down to me wanting it to just be us, and him wanting to bring Tracy, his girlfriend, with us. Now, I like Tracy fine. She's sweet and we've always gotten along, but these trips my brother and I take, they're a tradition. A tradition that thus far have been just the two of us, and I liked it that way. I thought he did too. I understand him wanting to bring her, but I just wanted to spend time with my brother. It's the only time we actually get to see each other, as we're so busy throughout the rest of the year with work and family. So I told him I wasn't going. He said fine, he didn't want me to, and so when he called me during the trip to keep me updated, I ignored him. And when he left me voicemails, I ignored those too. I only just recently played them and heard what happened. I wish I had picked up the phone. What follows is the transcripts of the voicemails he left me. They were pretty clear, so I'm confident in their accuracy. Voicemail sent May 23rd, 3:51 p.m. Hey, so we finally made it to the motel. Only took about 30 hours. There's not too much to look at. Just a lot of desert for, like, 400 miles. Fuck, it's hot. Anyway, I'll let you know if we find anything. We better. You wouldn't believe how much we spent on gas. Yeah, I know, you told me not to take the truck. Since when have I ever listened? Alright, I'm gonna go. Wish you could be here, buddy. Talk soon. Voicemail sent May 23rd, 7:43 p.m. Hi again. I really wish you'd pick up. I'd love to hear from you. It's kind of weird doing this without you. We did some light exploring today. Just drove around and looked at the buildings. We found the gallows where they hung all of those kids. It was pretty brutal. There were rotted stools under the nooses for the kids to stand on. I'm not sure if it was real, though. Somebody from the website could have just come out here and tied the rope to it for authenticity or whatever. Anyway, we're going to rest up at the motel and keep going tomorrow. Talk soon, I hope. Voicemail sent May 24th, 8:01 a.m. Okay, it's 8 in the morning. Way too early in my opinion. But Tracy was too excited to go back to sleep. We're driving through town right now, and I don't know, man. It definitely feels haunted. Like, the vibe here is off. Way stronger than any place we've been before. And dude, there's this really creepy church smack dead in the center of town. Seriously, I'll send you a pic. It looks like they could shoot a horror movie there. There's this huge stained glass window, right? But what's really creepy is it's not Mary or some religious shit. It has this dude, or what looks like a dude, with antlers growing out of his head and bright red eyes. I can hear Tracy in the background. It's really creepy. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not a church. Babe, remember we found those Bibles? Oh yeah, And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 24th, 6:33 p.m. Hey Ethan, so I think this place is definitely legit. We went to the church and, man, the vibe inside is even worse than outside. We heard scratching on the walls and tapping coming from the basement. It was actually creepy. Don't forget to tell them about the shop. Alright, so we walked into the town square, right? Kind of had an old western feel to it. And the fountain. Yeah, there was a fountain in the middle of the square. And there was a statue of the same antler dude from the church. There were a bunch of coins in the water like a wishing fountain. And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 24th, 6:36 p.m. Fucking voicemail. I'm gonna set up an auto redial app so I don't have to worry about it. Anyway, there were coins in the fountain, but they aren't like regular US currency coins. They're super old. They look like real gold, but I don't know. I'll have to test them. But they have these weird inscriptions on them with a tree insignia underneath. I tried Googling it, but I couldn't find anything. Oh, the shop. It was an old shoe shop, and after we left, we looked back. There was a face. A creepy fucking face, peering through the window staring at us. Pale as all hell. I almost shit myself. But we'd just been in there. We were just in there and no one was inside except us. So, it was a ghost, right? Had to be. Nobody's lived there for decades. I can hear a light tapping in the background. What was that? The tapping grows louder. Do you hear that? And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 24th, 6:41 p.m. Cody and Tracy can be heard whispering to each other. What the hell is going on? I'm getting really creeped out. I thought no one lived here. No one does. The tapping grows insistent, turns into aggressive pounding. Dude, what the fuck? The banging continues for several moments, then ceases. Cody's breathing can be heard as he walks to the door and opens it. Hello? Is someone out there? Then the door closes. Well, I guess we're going to go to bed now. Talk tomorrow. And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 25th, 1:01 p.m. We're currently standing in the meat shop where the butcher chopped up all the kids after the town hung them. Don't be gross. What? It actually happened. Or so they say. It just feels disrespectful. Murdering children and then eating them is also disrespectful. Didn't the butcher also go all Jack the Ripper with the women in the town? Yeah. I guess that guy really didn't have a type. Tracy can be heard laughing in the background. And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 25th, 2:04 p.m. Okay, we're in the school now. It's surprisingly well preserved. There's even still chalk on the blackboard. Kind of spooky. Can you read it, Trace? I can't. No, I can't tell what it says. Wait. She pauses for a moment, then she gasps. What? What does it say? It says you're a nerd. Ha, you're so funny. You love it. I can hear them kiss. Did you hear that? And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 25th, 2:09 p.m. Hello? It's Tracy this time. A child's giggle can be heard. Is there someone here? I can hear Tracy gasping. Then I hear Cody.
Holy shit. You shouldn't be here. We shouldn't? Why not? They don't want you here. Who doesn't want us here? You'll find out. They're not going to let you leave now. You should have left.
The child giggles again, and small footsteps can be heard running out of the room.
Hey! Wait, come back.
And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 25th, 6:21 p.m.
We're back in the motel now. We tried looking for the kid, but we couldn't find her, which is kind of unnerving because there aren't many places to hide here. She was a ghost, Cody. They aren't always corporeal. That's true. Do you really think she was a ghost? You said it yourself. No one's lived here for decades, and the society said this is one of the most haunted places in the country. Do you really think we'd come here without seeing anything? Kind of. I don't even know if I believe in ghosts. Are you serious? You've been ghost hunting all your life. We've never actually found anything.
And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 25th, 6:32 p.m. Tracy this time.
Do you think we should leave? Do you? I don't know. I'm getting kind of creeped out, Cody. All of this feels a little too real. Yeah, I've felt it too. This place is way more intense than anywhere else Ethan and I have gone. We'll leave in the morning, okay? Okay.
And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 26th, 5:01 p.m. Cody can be heard panting.
Get in the car. Ethan, something really fucked up is going on here. This place is real. Everything they said was right. They were fucking right.
He opens his truck. The beeping from the open door can be heard as he talks.
We went back to the church. We went back to the fucking church. Babe, please drive. Please go.
2 doors slam, and the engine starts.
There were people in the basement. They were singing this fucked up song.
He hums part of it. And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 26th, 5:06 p.m.
God, they killed her. They fucking killed her. And they cut her up and... Cody, look. Oh my God. Drive. Fucking drive, Cody.
The engine gets loud enough to cut off their panicked voices for a moment.
Cody, watch out.
Tracy screams, and then there is a loud crash. And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 26th, 5:10 p.m. Cody can be heard groaning.
Shit. My head. Tracy?
The car door opens.
What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? No, let me go. Let me go. Tracy, wake up. Tracy.
Cody's screams fade as he is pulled away from the truck. There is silence for several moments. Then the phone jostles and heavy breathing can be heard. Someone laughs into the receiver. And a voice message. That's the last of them. I've listened to the voicemail hundreds of times now. I'm really freaked out. There was no attempted contact after the last one. No more calls, no more texts, nothing at all. I went to the police, but they said because they went missing in another state, all they could do was contact a local police department and have them send someone out. I'm going to go look for them. I don't know if that's the best decision, but maybe I'd gone with them in the first place. This wouldn't have happened. If I'd gone with them, they might not have disappeared. It should only take me a couple of days to get to Site 49. I'll keep you all updated with what I find. 2 days after my last post, I made it to the motel Cody and Tracy were staying at. It was a beat-down piece of shit about 15 miles outside of Site 49, but It wasn't too far, so I could see why they chose it. I walked inside the small office and rang the bell for the clerk. A man in his late 30s came out of a back room with a door marked "Employees Only." He was wearing a dirty wife beater and had a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. I eyed the sign on the counter that read, "No smoking," and quirked my brow at the clerk. "You need a room?" he grumbled. His voice was thick and gruff, probably from all of the cigarettes. I nodded. 15 for the hour, 40 for the night. I swallowed back the distaste in my mouth. They rented rooms by the hour? This place was definitely a shithole. I pulled my wallet from my back pocket and grabbed 2 20s from the small number of bills I had inside. The man slid them off the counter and tucked them into his pocket. He turned his back for a moment to the row of keys hanging on the clips behind the counter and plucked the one marked 14. He handed it to me. "One more thing," I said. I unlocked my phone and pulled up the picture I had of Cody and Tracy on the screen. "Have you seen these two?" The clerk's face turned sour. "Yeah, they were here about a month ago. Stiffed me for a night." "Do you know where they went?" "No idea. All I know is I'm out the money for their room. Are you here to settle their tab?" I opened my mouth to protest, but the next motel wasn't for another 10 miles, and I doubted he would give me back the money I'd already paid. "How much did they owe you?" The man smirked. 60. "Bullshit," I said, then bit my tongue. The clerk noticed. "Cleaning fee. You can either pay me what I'm owed, or you can go find another establishment to stay at." I held back the comment I wanted to make about how this seedy garbage fire was a far cry from being considered an establishment, and coughed up the extra money. "Pleasure doing business with you." I walked back outside, where my car was the only one parked in the lot. It seemed most other people were willing to drive the extra 20 or so minutes. I put my key in the lock of room 14 and jiggled the knob when it stuck. The room was what you'd expect, so long as you had really low expectations. The walls were nicotine stained, the suggestion of their previously white coating long gone. The carpet was green, and so it looked like it had a stain to mark every year since its installation. I didn't even want to think about the state of the bed. I walked over to it and lifted the blankets to check for bed bugs. When I didn't find any, I peeled back the sheets to check for stains. Surprisingly, they looked clean. New. I kicked off my shoes and crawled under the covers, tucking them under my folded arms. If I was being honest, I was scared to go to Site 49. As much as I wanted to find my brother and Tracy, and I did, I was desperate too. I was also terrified. I didn't know what happened to them, who had taken them, or what. What if I couldn't save them? What if they were dead? What if, and I hated myself for being such a coward to even think this, but what if whatever got them got me too? It was hot when I woke up the next morning. The AC kicked off at some point during the night, and it was at least 76 degrees in there. I flung the covers off and swung my legs over the bed. I peeled my sweaty shirt from my back and stood. I felt and smelled disgusting. I didn't know if I trusted the shower enough to use it, so I walked to the bathroom and flicked on the light. It was surprisingly clean, so I hopped in and showered in cold water before I got dressed in the clean clothes, tucked away in my duffel bag. I towel dried my hair quickly and grabbed my keys from the table by the door. Here we go. I left in the late morning, the sun blazing high in the cloudless sky. The drive wasn't too long. It took about 20 minutes to get to the coordinates of Site 49. I pulled up to a building on the outskirts of the town and turned off my engine. I steeled my nerves for several moments. I could do this. I had to. No one else knew where they were. No one else would be able to save them. It had to be me. It could only be me. I got out of the car. Immediately the heat beat down on me, arid warmth searing my exposed skin. Cody was right. It was fucking hot. I approached the building I parked my car next to. The windows were coated in grime, but after wiping it off with my hand, I cleared enough to peer inside. It looked like an apothecary. Large cabinets with small drawers housing bottles of medicine lining the walls around the room. There were rows of shelves next to the counter, mason jars filled with pig feet and cow's tongue. I made a face and backed away from the store. I doubted they were in there. I walked down the wooden steps and back out onto the dusty road. They could be anywhere. I didn't even know where to start. You shouldn't be here. I started and whipped around, looking into the face of a child, a young girl. Was she the same one from Cody's voicemails? You shouldn't be here, she repeated. She was very pale and very thin. She looked malnourished, like she hadn't eaten in weeks, maybe longer. Her hair was mousy and thin, bald patches marking parts of her scalp. I couldn't tell if she was real or not, just like Cody couldn't. Cody wasn't lying when he said we'd never really seen any evidence of the supernatural on our trips. Occasionally we heard scratching, sometimes breathing, but we usually just chalked it up to the power of suggestion. Over the course of our lives and the years we'd spent tracking down things that shouldn't exist, we never found any concrete evidence that they did actually exist. So when looking at this child, this dirty, hungry child, I didn't see a ghost. I saw a poor kid that needed to eat. I'm looking for my brother and his girlfriend, I said. Have you seen them? I pulled out my phone and showed her the same picture I'd showed the clerk at the motel last night. The girl's face remained expressionless. She stared at the picture for a while, though. Longer than would be normal if she didn't know them. I told them they shouldn't be here, she said. What? You remember them? Do you know where they are? I crouched down to her level and firmly grabbed her by the arms. I looked into her face. Please, I have to find them. They're in danger. Please tell me where they are. I told them they shouldn't be here, the girl said again. Then she cupped my face with her small hand. And neither should you. Now you're stuck here, just like them. Then she grinned at me, a rotten, blackened horror, and widened her jaws to bite my arm. I screamed and tried to shake her off, but she was latched on with the ferocity of something much stronger than someone as small as she was. I yanked on her hair, but as I did, it came out as a thick clump in my hand. What the fuck? She took another bite, and when her jaws were briefly unclamped, I grabbed the back of her neck and thrusted her away from me. She fell onto her back and rolled into a crouch. She snarled at me, baring her bloodied teeth as she prepared to pounce. I looked around for something, anything that I could use. I spotted a large rock and snatched it up. Then, when she was almost on me, I smashed her over the head with it. Her head made an awful cracking noise and she fell to the ground with a heavy thud. She was still twitching when I got to my feet. I panted heavily and tore off the bottom of my t-shirt to wrap over the bite marks in my arm. They were deep, oozing blood down my hands so that it dripped onto the dusty ground beneath my tennis shoes. The girl groaned and tried to move, but she couldn't. Either the hit had paralyzed her, or she was too weak to do anything. I rolled her over onto her back. Where are they? I growled between clenched teeth. She took gasping, wheezing breaths as she lay there on the ground. I thought for a moment she was too weak to even speak, but then she looked right into my eyes and said, "You should have left when you had the chance." And then she laughed that high, childish giggle that I had heard in Cody's voicemails. I gripped the rock harder and smashed her in the head with it again. Once, twice, 3 times. until she stopped laughing and her brain matter looked like ground meat. I stumbled to my feet, breathing hard, and let the stone fall from my hand, and then I vomited. I braced my hands on my knees as my body convulsed, the force of it arching my back so that my stomach upended its contents. They landed on the remains of the dead girl. I vomited some more. Eventually, I stopped puking, and I spit a few times to get the acrid taste out of my mouth. I just murdered someone. A little kid. I felt dirty, tainted, like I'd lost some pivotal part of myself that I'd never get back, and I would never get it back. I sniffed hard and wiped my mouth. I had to go. Whatever I had done, it paled in comparison to what would happen to Cody and Tracy if I didn't find them. I swung around looking at all the buildings in this crazy fucking town, thinking desperately about where they could be. And then I spotted it in the distance. The church. A big, hulking thing with tall spires piercing the sky. I knew immediately that that was where they were. I threw open my car door and shoved my keys into the ignition. The engine caught, and I pressed hard on the accelerator as I whipped the steering wheel around. It took about 2 minutes to get to the church. I slammed on the brakes and flung the door open. The church was a large structure made mostly of stone. Most of the windows didn't have glass. Rusted metal bars crossed over the openings. As I stared up at the church, my fervent anger faltered for a brief moment, as I was confronted one more time with the enormity of what I could be walking into. And then I heard my brother's voice in that last voicemail, panicked and terrified, helpless. I yanked open the heavy wooden doors. They swung wide, a mouth yawning open to inhale that which chose to enter it. I walked inside. It was quiet. Most places this far removed from society usually were. The freedom from noise pollution providing a profound lacking that was as noticeable as any sound. There were rows and rows of wooden pews, standing at attention and facing the front of the church. There was a podium at the tip of a raised dais, a large and leaden-looking book laid open on top, and behind it, where there should be a cross hanging from the wall with Jesus mounted to it, there was nothing. Instead, there was a large tree, its limbs outstretched and reaching for the ceiling. The face of the man with the antlers was carved into the trunk. With such acute detail, it looked like he had been real once, and had melded with the tree over time, until they were one and the same. Staring at that tree felt wrong, like I was peering into something that wasn't meant for me. I felt like I was staring at millennia of history, but that history was only for a certain kind of person. It had spent all of those years growing around me, unfurling itself in directions I had never gone, its path far removed from my own. Until now, when we had reached our convergence point, my shoes scuffed against the concrete floor. I took small steps until I reached the dais, and I climbed the steps to the podium. I looked at the book and ran my fingers over the insignia of the tree that was so significant to this town. I flipped the book open to the middle. There was a picture of a man holding a woman in his arms. He held her face up to his, and for a moment it looked like they were kissing. And then I realized he was eating her. His teeth dug into the skin of her cheek, and the picture was so detailed I could see the sinewy strings of her exposed flesh. Under the picture there was an inscription that read, "The man celebrates the sacrifice of the woman by treasuring her offering." I stepped away from the book in disgust. Everything pointed more and more to this place being the home of a cult. And not just a cult, but a cannibalistic one. I thought of the girl I had killed, and how she had taken a couple chunks out of my arm. How she had looked malnourished, like she hadn't eaten in a very long time. and Cody and Tracy being kidnapped after they had come to this very church. And then it hit me. This place was never abandoned. The people that lived here had never left. I heard music then, the muffled sound of piano keys being gently stroked somewhere beneath my feet. It was a slow song, a song that meandered through its tempo instead of rushing through it. I looked around trying to find a way to the lower levels of the church. There was a door that, from the position of the podium, was hidden behind the tree. I walked over to it, resting my ear against the wood to listen for the music. It was coming from there. I twisted the knob and pulled the door open just a crack. It led to a stairwell that was dark and dank. I stepped inside and went down the stairs, pausing at the landing to peer around the corner. It led to more stairs. As I walked down, I could hear the gentle humming of voices I couldn't hear before. They droned in unison, the melody haunting and eerie. It sounded like the same song Cody had hummed in his voicemail. I reached the bottom of the stairs. A long stone hallway stretched before me. Several doors leading off on both sides, but the music was coming from the door straight ahead. So that was the one I moved toward. The music was picking up pace, the humming more erratic. They were grunting now, yelling, desperation lilting the notes as they sang them. I shivered with revulsion. There was something so wrong about this song, something off. It felt unholy, like it was sucking all of the good from the air, replacing it with something dark, something sinister. I reached the door. The music was at its height, the rhythm cresting to its crescendo that sounded like a pulsating heartbeat. And then with a final, anguished cry, it ceased. The door was parted slightly. I peered inside at the scene beyond. It was similar to upstairs, but smaller. There were several wooden pews set in a line on either side of the aisle, big enough for the 2 or 3 people sitting inside them. The room was well lit with dozens of candles. A woman stood in the front, clearly respected as every person's eyes were trained on her. She held her arms aloft, her blood-red chasuble obscuring the table behind her. "Today we celebrate the gifts that our gracious Lord has sent to us," she said, her voice clear and strong. "In times of difficulty, such as we have been in for these past many years, we need only pray to the Savior, our Lord, who has blessed us and blessed us again." People in the pews were nodding and beating the air with their hands. "He is forgiving, our Lord, and through his mercy we have this bountiful reward." She gestured behind her and moved so that the room could see. There was a large mica table on a raised stone floor. The body of a heavy-set man was strapped to the table. My stomach lurched. The man was still alive, fighting sluggishly against the leather straps that bound his hands and feet. Were they going to kill him? Was this a sacrifice for their so-called God? The woman brandished a glass knife from inside her sleeve and moved around to the other side of the table. As her hem grazed the floor, I could finally see the face of the person they had strapped down. I had to clamp my hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. It was Cody. It was my brother. "We thank thee, O Lord, for blessing us with that which will sustain us beyond our tribulations." Oh my God. They were going to kill him. I cast a panicked glance at the people in the pews, their thinning hair, the bones of their backs visible through their shirts. They were going to eat him. The woman plunged the knife into Cody's sternum and dragged it down his belly button. He screamed through the gag in his mouth, but she just smiled and tore further down to his waistband. Blood poured onto the table and leaked onto the floor, where there were bowls to catch the drippings from my brother. She peeled back his skin to reveal his intestines, which she took out and put on plates that were lined up on the table. She licked the blood off her fingers. Cody was dead before she finished. I fell to my knees and dry heaved, my stomach empty from earlier when I had killed the girl. My head was buzzing and I felt like I was on the verge of insanity. How could someone's life end like that? So cruelly. So suddenly. The only reason I didn't charge into that room is because there were too many of them, and I knew I would end up like Cody if I did. And then I remembered Tracy. I had to find Tracy. I didn't know if she was still alive or if they'd already eaten her, but I had to find her. I knew Cody would want me to. I stumbled to my feet, leaning on the wall to steady myself. I faced the way back to the stairwell and I eyed the doors, having no idea which one Tracy would be in. There were so many. Where was I supposed to start? I picked one at random. There were beds inside, 4 of them positioned across from each other. They were made up neatly, the cleanliness suggesting a normalcy these people did not possess. I left the door open and tried another room, another bedroom, and another, and another. How many people lived here? I tried a door that led to an office, though through it I could see a smaller door. I ran over to it, hoping it wasn't just a closet. It wasn't. There was a smaller staircase that led down into pitch black darkness. I glanced behind me quickly to make sure no one had seen me, and I closed the door quietly behind me as I stood on the landing of the stairs. I pulled out my phone. I needed to call the police. It was too much. It ran so deep, and I would be lucky if I made it out alive. I checked the reception in the corner. No signal. Of course. I pushed out a shaky breath and descended the stairs. I turned on the flashlight on my phone and pointed it in front of me. I was in a basement. The floors were dirt, and there were several wooden posts holding up the ceiling. There was blood on the ground. I couldn't help but think about how it was Cody's, how he'd resisted them, and how they'd probably beaten him for it. I shook my head. Now wasn't the time to think about that. His death would mean nothing if Tracy died too. A muffled scream and the rattle of chains. I swung the flashlight around looking for the sound. There in the far corner of the basement was Tracy. She was crying and tugging on the chains desperately. I rushed over to her and pulled the gag from her mouth. Ethan. Fuck Ethan. They took Cody. They took him. You have to find him. I tried not to look at Tracy, but I knew she should know. Tracy? I started, but I couldn't get the words out of my mouth. I couldn't say it out loud. I didn't want to make it any more real than it already was. We stared at each other for several beats, and I watched as the realization dawned on her. No, she sobbed and shook her head as more tears fell. He was just here. Right here. I grabbed Tracy's face and forced her to look at me. Tracy, we need to focus. The last thing Cody would want is for us to die too. We have to get out of here. For him. She nodded but kept crying. I pointed the flashlight at the cuffs. They were leather at her wrists, but metal where they were looped around one of the wooden posts. They had a keyhole to unlock them, but I doubted I would find it down here. I need to find something to get you free, I told Tracy. No, you can't leave me here, she pleaded. I'll be right back. We're not getting out of here if I can't get the cuffs off. She begged me not to go, but I ignored her as I ran up the stairs. When I got to the top, I turned the flashlight off and looked through the door. The office was clear. I rifled in the drawers of the desk for the key, but they were all empty. There was nothing sharp in the room I could use either. Fuck. I muttered. I would have to go back out into the hall and search the bedrooms. My stomach churned as I grabbed the door handle. I really hoped they were still congregated in the other room. I turned the knob and had just started to open the door when I heard voices outside. I froze, not daring to move, not daring to breathe. The people were talking and laughing, sounding giddy and happy as they walked down the hallway. I was filled with rage in that moment, a feeling so primal I felt I could rip their throats out with my teeth. My brother was dead because of them. They feasted on his flesh and thanked some god for it. These people, this cult, had destroyed the most significant part of my life. I wanted to burn them to the ground. The voices faded, but I waited several minutes before I left. There was no one in the hallway when I checked, and before I could think too much about it, I ran to one of the bedrooms. I shut the door quickly behind me and wasted no time in looking for something to free Tracy. I searched through the bedside tables and under the beds, but there was nothing. I looked in the wardrobe. Apart from a few raggedy dresses, it was empty, and then I saw a glint of metal underneath one of the pillows. I pulled it out. It was a small switchblade. I turned to leave when the door flung open. I dropped to the floor and crawled under one of the beds. My heart thudding so painfully in my chest I thought it would soon burst its way out. I could see small feet enter the room and hoist themselves onto a bed. They swung their feet back and forth for a moment, humming the song they'd all been singing before they murdered Cody. It was so disorienting to see this small child behaving so normally, so much like other small children, but knowing they had just been eating my brother not 10 minutes before. Suddenly the child let out a pained howl and ran from the room. "Who stole my knife?" it yelled. "Who took it?" It hollered again and again, demanding to know who stole its knife. And then its shrill voice turned into a constant scream as it stood there and shrieked in the hallway. "Hey, calm down. What happened?" A more adult voice soothed, trying to calm the child. "My knife is gone," the child cried. "We'll find it. Don't worry." The child's sobs faded as it was led away. I rolled out from under the bed and hid behind the door for a moment. After I determined the hall was clear, I ran back to the office and to the little door. By the time I got to Tracy, she looked wild with fright. "I heard a scream. I thought they'd gotten you." I started cutting the leather that bound her wrists. "I'm fine," I said, not daring to think too much about whether or not that was true. Now wasn't the time. After a few moments, I freed Tracy, and together we sprinted up the stairs. I pushed her behind me and confirmed the coast was clear. We dashed into the hallway and moved towards the other staircase that led into the upper levels of the church. "Did you take my knife?" My stomach plummeted. We turned around slowly, now face to face with a little boy. He peered at us curiously, a small smile playing about his mouth. "Yes, I did," I said. I grabbed the knife from my pocket and held it out to him, my other hand up to placate him as if he were a cougar I'd encountered in the woods. "If I give it back to you, will you promise not to say anything?" The kid nodded and took the knife. He stared at us as if we were some wonder on display in a museum. Then he grinned, a horrible and bloody smile, and screamed. People rushed out of their rooms and stopped when they spotted us. We stood at a stalemate for a moment, the tension in the hall thick and charged. Then we ran. Tracy and I bolted up the stairs and out into the church. We rushed down the rows of pews, her hand in mine gripping me so tightly I felt she might break it. We skirted around the benches and bolted over the carpeted aisle. We nearly made it to the door when she was pulled from me. "Ethan!" she shrieked. her arms flailing as she tried to grab me. A huge man with stringy hair was dragging her back towards the dais. I tried to pull her from him, but he was too strong. He held her with one hand and shoved me to the floor with the other. I rolled to my feet and looked for something, anything that I could use against him, but at that moment the rest of the people from under the stairs burst out into the dais. Dozens of them crowding around each other, staring at me and Tracy hungrily. "Stay there," the man said to me, and held his hand under Tracy's chin. I took a step forward, unsure of what I was planning to do. The man dug his fingers into the skin of Tracy's throat. She cried out in pain. He grabbed his nails across her neck slowly, blood trickling down the rest in the dip of her collarbone. "Let her go," I shouted, but the man just smiled. Tracy bucked wildly and kicked off of one of the pews. They crashed to the ground, the man's head cracking against the concrete floor. Blood bloomed where his head made contact. I grabbed Tracy and yanked her up. We ran to the door of the church, the people from below right behind us. We rushed to the car and fell inside. I rammed the keys into the ignition and stomped on the gas. The people swarmed out to meet us, running at the car and beating on the windows. One of them broke the glass on the driver's side. He tried to pull me from the car, but I tightened my grip on the wheel with one hand and punched at him erratically with the other. He laughed. I recognized that laugh. It was the one from Cody's voicemail. The one who dragged him from the car. He was the reason my brother died. I slammed on the brakes. The man flew off the car, the momentum tossing him forward so that he crashed to the ground. I flung the door open, ignoring Tracy as she screamed at me to get back inside. I straddled the man on the ground and grabbed him by the collar. I didn't say anything. I hit him and then I hit him again, over and over, until his face was so bloody I could barely tell there was a person underneath it. I didn't know if he was breathing anymore. I didn't care. I pulled my fist back to hit him again, but Tracy stopped me. "Ethan, we have to go. They're coming." I looked behind us where the other cultists were closing the lead we had gained in the car. I swore under my breath and looked down at the man, not getting the satisfaction I was hoping from his fucked up face. Tracy and I bolted back inside and peeled off across the dirt. We drove away from the town. Some of the cultists tried to give chase, but they couldn't keep up on foot. We watched them fade in the rearview mirror, trying to wave us down, trying to get us to turn around. Starve, you fucks. I didn't let up off the gas until the town was miles away, the sunlight receding against our backs. After a while, I found the ability to speak. "So, can I ask?" I hesitated, unsure how to phrase my question. I looked at Tracy and eyed her up and down. "Are you asking how I got fat?" she said. An eyebrow quirked. "Well," she stared at her lap and picked at the skin around her fingernails. "They fed us when we were down there," she whispered. I was about to question if they fed her what they were eating, people, but she cut me off. "Not human meat. It was this nasty green shit. They forced it down our throats with a tube. It was hard to choke down, but they made us drink every last drop." We fell into silence, my anger boiling my blood. Those fucking people. They prepared them like pigs for slaughter, force-fed them to fatten them up, to get a higher yield. Bile rose in my throat and I had to push past the urge to puke. I clenched the steering wheel so tightly I thought my knuckles would shatter under the grip. I whipped the car into the parking lot of a local grocery store and threw the gear into park. "What are you doing?" "Get out," I said and leaned over to open Tracy's door. "What?" I said get out. I grabbed my phone from my pocket and folded it in Tracy's fingers. "Go inside. Stay with people. Call the cops and tell them to meet me at the church. You're going back? Are you crazy? Maybe, but I don't care. I'm going to burn that town to the fucking ground. I drove to a nearby gas station. I had to map quest it because I was in the middle of nowhere and I didn't know where anything was. I charged inside the store and nodded at the guy behind the counter. Gas cans? In the corner, he answered, barely glancing up from his phone. I grabbed 4 gas cans off of the shelf and walked up to the register. I held one up. I got 4, I said. The clerk tapped on the screen a few times and then looked at me. 21.64. He watched me take the money from my wallet and I couldn't tell if he was staring at me suspiciously or if it was just a smudge on the dirty plexiglass distorting its face. I avoided eye contact. Keep the change, I said and stepped out, using my back to open the door as the clerk droned to have a nice night. Not likely. I filled the gas cans at the pump, impatiently tapping my fingers on the roof of the car. I screwed the cap onto the last can and tossed it in the trunk, slamming the door and getting into the driver's seat. I pulled out of the parking lot and turned in the direction of Site 49, pressing hard on the accelerator. If the cops pulled me over, I'd bring them with me. I wasn't nervous this time. I wasn't sick to my stomach or ruminating over every possible thing that could go wrong. I didn't care what happened to me. I wanted to destroy them and everything they had, and if I died, so be it. By the time I got there, it was well into the night. I shut off my headlights a few hundred yards from the outskirts of the town and pulled up slowly. There wasn't any noise or light. There wasn't any sign that there were people living there. It looked like what they wanted it to. An abandoned settlement that didn't deserve to be looked twice at. There was no sign of the lives they led below. I grabbed 2 of the gas cans from the trunk. I set one behind the building along the rear wall and walked back around to the front. I pulled open the door to the apothecary. A strange sense of disillusionment came over me. I had just been there earlier that day. I had peered through the window not knowing what I know now. Not having seen what I'd seen. My brother was still alive the last time I had been in this building. I let the door close behind me. I checked to make sure no one was coming this way, that I hadn't been seen. Then I unscrewed the lid of the can. I dumped the contents out, drenching the cracked wooden slats that made up the floor of the store. I tossed some of the walls on the counters, every surface until I bled the can dry. I tossed the can to the ground and it made a wet squelch sound when it landed. Then I stepped back outside, checking again that the area was clear. I stood beyond the puddles of gas and took the matches from my pocket. I struck one and held it up, staring briefly into the small flame, thinking about the repercussions I would be facing after I did this. I smiled and then I dropped the match. Fire blazed to life, the flames licking their way through the apothecary, dancing across the floor and bounding up the walls. The wood was so dry that it didn't take long for the entire building to go up. After a moment, the windows shattered, and I covered my eyes with my arm. I watched for several moments, mesmerized by the beauty of this destruction. And then someone screamed, "The well! Go get water!" I ducked behind the burning building, the heat kissing my skin as I raced around to the other side. People were running with small pails of water, trying in vain to save it. I watched with relish as they dashed back and forth. They lugged the water from the well, not accepting the fact that the structure was done for. Some of them stood in groups and hugged one another, their sobs filling the air over the sound of the roof caving and crashing to the foundation. "Who did this?" a woman screamed. "Who did it?" No one said anything. They just continued to hold each other as tears ran down their faces. The yelling woman let out a frustrated cry and stomped her way back to the church. The rest stayed and watched as the fire continued to taste the night. I picked up the gas can I had set behind the store earlier, and then drove around the conjoining building beside it. I was out of the cultist eye line when I got to the other side, so I ran from building to building when I hit the stretch of dirt path that led up the church. A fierce satisfaction shocked my nerves. Righteous anger coursed throughout my body, lighting my cells so that I felt like I could tear the whole world down with only my fingers. I had caused them pain. I had caused them suffering. I wanted to cause more. They didn't notice me as I made my way to the church. To this day, I'm still unsure how. Surely someone was watching the blaze through the windows, but no one stopped me. If I was noticed, I was allowed to pass. Maybe they wanted me to. I opened the door of the church slowly, peering inside of the crack to determine it was empty. The door made a soft whoosh noise as it closed behind me, sucking the air in the room with it. I prowled down the aisle, my step determined and sure. I uncapped the gas can as I walked up the steps to the dais. I poured a puddle in front of the door leading down to the lower levels, cutting off their exit, condemning them to death. I hadn't seen another way out when I was down there, and Tracy hadn't said one existed. I hoped it didn't. After I drenched the carpet, I poured the rest of the gas on the tree. I made sure to douse the face of the thing in the tree, as if it were alive, as if I could drown it in penance for what it had done, for the pain it had caused, for the pain it had caused me. I stepped back to admire what I'd done. The wood was soaked, ready to combust under the ignition from my match. I pulled the pack out from my pocket and flicked one across the strike pad. It didn't take. I tried again. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I flinched and spun around. The priestess stood before me, her posture placid, her fingers laced together as she looked up at me with soft amusement. This was the woman who led the ritual, the woman who killed my brother, the woman who licked his blood off of her fingers as if he'd been a tasty midday snack. "And why's that?" I said, my voice steady, even as my hands shook. My anger flared, boiling beneath my skin until I could feel the heat of it lighting my brain on fire. I wanted to rip her eyes from her head and force them down her throat. I could see on her face that she knew what I was thinking. She took a step closer, daring me to. To put it simply, you'll die. She quirked her head to the side, staring at me curiously, the way a bird stares at a worm before it plucks it into its mouth to taste it. It was the same gesture the little boy had done earlier. I wondered if she was his mother, the soothing voice in the hallway that tempered the child's anger. "What makes you think I care if I die?" I said. "I don't believe you do." She was at the steps of the dais now. "But it serves our purposes better if you don't." What the fuck did that mean? "Let me guess," she said, a playful tone edging her voice now. "The boy I killed? He was family?" I didn't say anything. I just continued to stare at her as she further closed the space that separated us. A brother, perhaps? Her hands were clasped behind her back now, that same sardonic tilt of her lips plastered on her face. I narrowed my eyes at her. I felt like she was a lion, prowling forward to test the waters before she pounced and drowned me beneath the surface. "You know, he fulfilled his purpose, his destiny. He was fated to be brought here, to provide succor to those who would have perished had he not." "To be brought here?" I said, my mind snagging on the phrasing. "Who brought him here?" "Why, the glory of the Lord, of course." she said and gestured to the tree I had soaked moments before. We serve him, and he protects us. He picks us up when we fall. He brings us back from the edge over and over again. Lord knows we don't deserve it, but the Lord is a forgiving Lord. I rolled my eyes and scoffed. Rage crossed her face, a sharp and rapid reaction to my dismissal of the thing she'd dedicated her life to. Her shoulders tightened as her mouth stiffened. You dare disrespect the Lord? She said, her voice low and quaking. I could hear the anger simmering low in her throat. I grinned at her. Lady, fuck your God. She screamed then, an unnaturally high, piercing shriek that splintered the air and brought me to my knees. I covered my ears with my hands as she brought a blade from out behind her back and raised it above her head. She ran at me, still emitting that shrill wail. The cultists who were outside ran in, the rest of them coming up from under the church at the sound of their leader calling them forth. They stood at attention, waiting for the priestess to need them. She stabbed at me with the knife. I let go of my ears to grab her hand. She pointed the tip over my chest where my heart was, pushing into the butt of it with her other hand. She was strong, much stronger than I would have ever thought. We stood in a deadlock for a moment. I stared into her face. From further away, she looked normal, like a regular person, but up close her skin was thin and translucent, her teeth sharp and pointed. Her eyes were almost fully black. There was only a thin, red line at the edge of the large pupil. My arms trembled from the effort of pushing her back. She started to gain traction, the tip of the blade edging closer and closer. The members had joined hands, and they were swaying. Their eyes closed as their voices joined together to sing out that same haunting melody I'd heard just earlier that day. I had to do something. I had to do it now. I smashed my forehead against her nose. She stumbled back, blood flowing down her face like the current carries a river. She wiped at her face with her sleeve, the blood barely visible on the red of her shirt. She spat on the floor. You'll regret that. And then she threw the knife. It carried through the air, end flying over end, and I had barely a moment to move before it buried itself into my shoulder. I cried out in pain, my hand shaking as I raised it to the knife. My shirt was soaked in a matter of moments. The priestess cackled. Then she charged at me. I held out an arm to stop her, but it was useless. She knocked me aside and grabbed the hilt of the knife. She twisted it. The pain seared deep beneath my skin, the tissue grinding and grating against the serrated metal. I was blinded for a moment, everything white and hazy as I dropped to my knees. She pushed the knife in the rest of the way and then yanked it out. I braced myself against the floor and gasped. I had never felt such intense pain before. My shoulder throbbed and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. I looked up at the priestess. She dragged the knife across her tongue, a red streak of my blood left behind. She took her tongue back into her mouth and swallowed. Your brother tasted better. I wrapped my arms around her knees and shoved her to the ground. We crashed to the floor, our limbs tangling and our heads butting. She elbowed me in the face. My nose cracked under the impact, and I tasted copper on my teeth. I punched at her messily, my fist landing lightly on her ribs and chest. She grabbed my hair, and I pulled my head back to stare into my eyes. I'm going to enjoy eating you. She opened her mouth and positioned it over my neck. Time seemed to slow down, and I felt every second as she clamped her jaws into my flesh. The cultists had grown louder, their song booming around us to the erratic pace of my heart. Her teeth grazed my skin, and then she bit down. She tore at the skin of my throat, and I screamed as she ripped it out. A burning heat spread along my neck. I put my hand over the wound and looked at the priestess. She chewed me deeply, savoring the taste. She pulled my hand away and went for another bite. I punched her in the face, 1 time, 2, 3, stunning her enough for me to shove her onto her back. She tried to hit me, but I pushed her arms back and held them down. When I saw the knife, it was laying about a foot away on the carpet of the dais. I knocked her head into the floor and grabbed the knife. I stared into her creepy black eyes as I shoved it into her sternum. She screamed, but I only pushed it in further, twisting it the way she had done to me. I yanked it out and did it again, and then I noticed the gatherers had stopped singing. Some of them were crying, and others were looking at me with intense hatred. I could tell they wanted to kill me. One of the men took a step forward. Before he could take another, I grabbed the matches from my pocket and struck one. The flame danced gently in the stuffy air of the church. I took a few steps back, out of the area that was soaked in gasoline. The man stopped. He looked down at where he was standing. Then he looked back up at me and widened his eyes. His arms held aloft, as if to pacify me. The cultists who were at the door of the church had rushed up to the dais. They began to climb it, heading for me, trying to get to me before I could set this place on fire. I looked back at the man. I bared my teeth at him. I dropped the match. It only took a few seconds for the tree to go up in flames. The fire blazed towards the ceiling, the searing heat singeing my eyes so that I had to take a step back. The fire formed a half circle on the dais, blocking in all the parishioners on the other side, trapping them. They couldn't go back down into the church, and they couldn't step off of the dais. They screamed and congregated in the middle, the part that was untouched by the fire. The area was too small for all of them, so they pushed the outliers into the blaze. They shrieked and flailed for several moments, their flesh blistering and charring, their hair lighting up like hay. I gagged at the pungent smell. They fell to the floor, their bodies landing with heavy thuds. By the time they died, the fire made its way over the carpet to the rest of the cultists. I turned away as they, too, were consumed by the flames. The priestess laughed madly, her hysterical mirth feeling out of place in the context of this moment. She wiped tears from her eyes. "You have no idea what you've just done." A deafening crack split through the room. I turned toward the tree, which was splintering and breaking apart like an animal breaks out of its shell at birth. I watched, horrified as something tore its way out. Claws came out first, long and sharp, as black as charcoal. Then its arms, which looked almost human, but the skin was scabbed and oozing pus. And then its head, topped with large, stretching antlers that bowed to the sky. The thing broke out, shattering the tree so that it flew apart, pieces of it tearing through the room like shrapnel. It let out a thunderous roar and spread its arms wide. A long, scaled tail whipped around behind it. I stumbled, but my feet lost contact with the ground and I fell back. I plunged through the air for several moments until I made contact with something. It was the members that had gathered at the base of the dais. They broke my fall, but they didn't stop me as I crashed to the ground. Chaos. Everything was chaos. Deafening screams and cries of fright filled the room as people rushed away from the creature. They stampeded to the doors of the church, trampling me where I lay. I gasped for breath, the weight of them crushing me. And then the thing advanced. It stepped on the priestess, the long claws of its foot spearing her body, impaling her. The grin was still on her face. blood bubbling out of her mouth and staining her cheeks in a mock Glasgow smile. The thing leapt off the dais and into the crowd of people. It stood at about 9 feet tall, towering over them, who looked like ants beneath it. It moved to block the doors of the church. They stood huddled together, trembling as they stared up at their god. One man stepped forward. "My lord," he said, his voice wavering as he clasped his hands together. He dropped to his knees. "I have served you my entire life. I have done everything you required of me. I have done everything in service of you. Please, let me leave." The thing quirked its head at the man, and I couldn't tell if it had understood him or not. Then it grabbed the man's head and crushed him between its palms. The others tried to run away, but the thing tore through them like they were ribbon. It slashed and hacked, tearing their bodies apart as easily as scissors tearing through paper. It tossed people into walls like they were rag dolls, their skulls cracking against the concrete before they fell to the ground in bloody heaps. I got to my feet, but I had nowhere to go. The fire was licking its way up the aisle of the church, and soon there would be nothing between me and this thing. I only had time to briefly wonder if it really was their god when it punched a hole through the last cultist's stomach. And then it turned to me. I had never been a religious person. I grew up atheist in a family of atheists. Church had never been a part of my life, and every time someone tried to convert me, I just nodded with humor and moved on with my life. So in that moment, after all the shit I'd seen that day, staring into the face of this unnatural creature that shouldn't exist, it didn't occur to me to pray, to reach out to some god I had never known to save my life. Instead, my mind turned to Cody and I had only one thought. "I'll see you soon, buddy." The creature lumbered toward me, crawling on all fours with its tail swaying through the air. Its face was horrifying. It had the smooth skin of a human, but there were no nostrils where its nose should be. Its eyes were bright and blue, and they had an innocent expression in them, as if it hadn't just annihilated dozens of people moments before. It stopped in front of me, sitting on its hind legs like a dog would when it begs for a treat. My brow furrowed. Why hadn't it killed me yet? Why was it just sitting there, watching me, observing me? It reached a claw out then and dragged a talon along my throat. The sharp tip of it nicked my neck. I trembled where I stood, barely maintaining the strength to hold myself up. I closed my eyes. This was it. This was where it ended. Gunshots rang through the church. The creature roared back and swung around with a ferocious bellow. There were police standing in the doorway, 6 of them, their guns drawn and pointed at the creature. I could see cruisers parked outside, the red and blue lights melding together to create a purple haze. The cops didn't say anything. What was there to say? They just pulled the triggers on their weapons and unloaded their clips at the creature. It howled with every piercing bullet and flinched from the impact, but it seemed to not do anything other than piss the creature off. There was a small window in which all of the cops reloaded their guns, pulling mags from their belts and shoving them into the butts of their guns. This is when the creature pounced. It bent down on all fours and sprang at the men, the muscles in its haunches loading like a spring to launch it forward. It landed on one of the officers, smashing his head into the floor as it faced another cop. The man looked horrified, terror etched into every one of his features before the creature ripped his throat out like it was tissue paper. Another of the officers pressed the barrel of a shotgun to the creature's head and wasted no time in pulling the trigger. It did nothing. The creature's skin was singed, the flesh blackened and bruised, but there was no wound. I didn't wait around to see what it did next. I looked around searching for an exit, and then I noticed one I hadn't earlier. Where there had once been a stained glass window, there was now only a gap in the wall of the church. I clambered through it, not looking back as I did. I ran across the dirt ground towards the apothecary that I had burned down. The flames had long since died, and now it was just a smoldering pile of rubble set against the dark of the night. I stumbled past it in the direction of where I'd parked my car. I held my hand against my neck. It wasn't bleeding as much now. It felt pretty shallow. I was losing my energy to keep going, to keep fighting. I felt that if there were a bed in front of me at this moment, I could fall asleep into it and sleep for a very long time. I hoped that that wasn't the blood loss talking. I finally made it to my car and unlocked it. I heard another cacophonous roar in the distance, and I hastened into the car. I started it and pulled out into the road, hoping the thing would let me go. I drove along for a minute or so, and then the car lurched backward. I pushed the accelerator to the floor, but it still wouldn't move. The smell of burning rubber filled the interior, and I could see smoke billowing around the front and in the rearview mirror. There was the creature, holding the car and staring at the back of my head. I took my foot off the gas. The creature jumped onto the hood of the car. The momentum slammed me forward, and it was all I could do to bring my hands up to keep my face from smashing into the steering wheel. The creature climbed off and turned around, staring at me through the shattered windshield. It stayed like that for a good minute, and then it lumbered around to the driver's side window. It pointed at it, and then gestured at the pavement. The fuck? I pushed down on the window switch, and as it rolled down, the creature and I stared at each other. I placed my hands on the steering wheel as if the creature was a cop and I had just been pulled over. I wished I was somewhere so mundane right now. The creature reached out at me, again, taking a talon of its claw along my neck. I turned my head away and sniffed, fear taking hold of all the energy I had left. My muscles were taut and my breath trembled. I almost wished the thing would kill me, if it meant the end of this misery. And then the creature pulled its claw away and turned around. It walked into the desert, its steps slow and pace measured. I watched it go until I could no longer see it, and then I tried to start my car. It was a long shot, of course, given how horribly the creature had destroyed it. The metal was crumpled and the windshield shattered. The hood was flattened like a pancake, and when I turned the key in the ignition, my hand shaking so horribly, I had to hold it with my other hand to keep it still. Nothing happened. The engine didn't even make a noise. I had to go back and get one of the police cruisers. It took a while, the adrenaline wearing off so that everything felt twice as slow and my body moved sluggishly. When I got back to the church, I didn't go inside. I could see piles of bodies through the door, parts of people spilling out into the steps. I fell into one of the cop cars, the keys dangling from the ignition, the headlights still on. I put the vehicle in reverse. I turned it around and sped off in the opposite direction. When I got back to the grocery store where I'd left Tracy, she was nowhere to be found. The store was closed. I think it was sometime after midnight, so I drove around until I found the police station. There were 2 cars in the lot, one cruiser and one civilian. I limped inside and walked up to the receptionist counter. She took one look at me, stood quickly and backed away. Hi, I said, my eyes dropping shut. I tried to ask her where Tracy was, but I couldn't get the words out of my mouth. The only sound that came out was slurred incoherence. I collapsed to the floor, my body refusing to fight as it forced my eyes closed. When I woke up, I was in a hospital room. I groaned and moved to cover my eyes to block out the bright ceiling lights. And that's when I noticed I was handcuffed to the bed. What the fuck? I said, pulling on the metal chaining me to the railing. Hey, you're okay. You're okay, Ethan. I looked to my right where Tracy was sitting in a chair next to the bed. Tracy, why the fuck am I handcuffed? They said it was for your protection. That was obviously bullshit, but they're the police, so I can't do much. She stood up and walked to the door, poking her head out to someone in the hallway. He's awake, she said loud enough that I could hear it from where I lay. She came back inside the room. A cop followed behind her. He was tall with a classic look. A neat haircut held in place by gel, and stubble growing along his jaw. He looked like exactly the kind of person who would become a cop. Ethan, I'm Officer Matthews. He held out his hand for me to shake it. Hi, Officer Matthews, I said. Care to enlighten me as to why I'm in fucking handcuffs? His expression soured. He turned all business then. We're holding you until we can figure out what happened at the church. So far, you're the only witness we have. So far, I said. Officer Matthews put his hands in his pockets. We have an officer in critical care. I bit back my shock. How did anyone survive that? I looked back at Officer Matthews and I couldn't tell for sure, but it seemed like he could read what I was thinking, as if it were written plainly on my face. So, said Officer Matthews, want to tell me what happened out there? Not really. But I did. I took him through everything that happened, from the voicemails to the first time I went to Site 49, to the second. I detailed the entire day. The more I explained, the more I could see him doubting what I was saying. Even with part of Tracy's statement collaborating mine, he still didn't believe me. Not that I could blame him. A cannibalistic cult is one thing, but a godlike creature bursting from a tree and killing dozens of people is a little more difficult to swallow. Matthews finished writing my statement on his pad and tucked it into the breast pocket of his jacket. Then he crossed his arms and stared at me. You know lying to a police officer is a crime, right? I leveled my gaze and stared into his eyes. I guess it's a good thing I'm not lying then. Matthews bit back a smirk and left the room. I turned back to Tracy. Did all of that really happen? She asked. I scoffed. Are you serious? You don't believe me either? She grabbed my uncuffed hand. I know you've been through a lot. We both have. She paused, and I could see her working up the courage for what she was going to say next. But sometimes, when we go through something really traumatic... I yanked my hand from hers. I know what happened. I didn't just imagine it. She didn't say anything else, and we fell into silence. I lay with my head against the pillow and faced away from Tracy. Images from that night played through my mind as clearly as if they were a movie. All of that blood, all of that carnage. I'd seen enough of it to last 30 lifetimes. After 20 or so minutes, Officer Matthews came back into the room. He was grinning. Good news. The officer in the ICU woke up, and his story matched yours. Now, you either have an incredibly detailed shared delusion that coincidentally matches up with real events, or you're telling the truth. I'm thinking it's the latter. You're free to go, Ethan. Tracy and I looked at each other. She looked shocked, like her entire universe had just been shattered. I resisted the smug smile that was trying to make its way to my face. Just like that? I said. Matthews nodded, sticking his key into the hole of the cuffs and unlocking them. To be honest, I believed your story from the start. This place is... He paused, looking for the right word. Different, to say the least. There's nothing out of the realm of possibility here. And then he left the room, tucking the cuffs into a pouch on his belt. Tracy hugged me tightly. It took a couple of days to sort things out, but eventually Tracy and I arranged a flight to get back home. We sat together on the airplane, barely speaking, unable to pull ourselves from our disenchanted stupors. Our flight touched down, and together we walked through the airport and stepped past the automatic doors and outside. "Well, I'll be seeing you," Tracy said, then she hugged me. We held each other tightly, knowing that what she'd said was wrong. We were never going to see each other again. Maybe it would be better that way. "See you later," I said as she got into a cab. I waved at her as she pulled away and waited until she was out of sight before I got into my own. The cab dropped me off in front of my apartment. I handed him 2 20s through the open passenger window and turned around to face my building. I walked inside and up the 2 flights of stairs to my door, feeling the exhaustion pull my shoulders tight. I took my keys out of my pocket and slid them into the deadbolt. I unlocked the door and kicked it open, welcoming the sight of my apartment. But it felt different now. Hollow. The light shining through the windows felt false, too bright and too warm. All of my things were right where I'd left them, but they didn't feel like my things anymore. This life felt like it belonged to someone else. Someone from a long time ago. Someone far removed from who I was now. It's funny how it only takes a day to change that. I sat down at my desk and stared through the blinds into the street below. A mother walked along with her child, his small hand interlocked with her larger one. On the other side of the street, a man and a woman sat and talked, laughing at each other's jokes and leaning into each other. They had no idea what was really out there, what the world was really capable of throwing at them. I pushed up the screen of my laptop and typed in the URL for the society. I had to tell them what happened. I had to tell them about Site 49, about what would happen if you went there. They had to know that some things weren't a joke, that they should tread with caution in the future. But when I hit the enter key to go to the site, this is what popped up. Error 404, page not found. What? An alert popped up on the screen telling me I had just received an email. I moved my cursor over to it and clicked on it. Dear beloved reader, unfortunately, due to unforeseen complications, we had to shut the site down. We do not have a plan to start a new website at this time. Perhaps we will in the future, but for now, we urge you to find other sources for all things supernatural. The internet is a vast place. We're sure you can find something that will satiate your need to know. We thank you for your support over the years, and we hope to see you again should we ever choose to bring the site back to life. I was about to click off the email, baffled at the timing of this with everything that had happened, and them shutting the site down. When I noticed the scroll bar had room to go down farther than the end of the email, I pushed the cursor down to the end, and there, at the bottom, was one last paragraph. And to Ethan, who didn't realize just how far the little flap of his wings would go, we only have one thing to say. We'll see you again. The photograph depicted 6 people joyfully smiling at the camera and posing in front of a beautifully decorated Christmas tree. 4 of them were adults, my uncle, aunt, mother, and father, and the other 2 were a 10-year-old girl and a 1-year-old baby, the young girl lovingly cradled in her arms. Ever since your mother got pregnant, Kylie wouldn't stop rambling about how impatient she was for you to be born. And when that finally happened, she then wanted you to grow up so quickly so you could both play together. My aunt explained as I stared at the picture. I had no memories of Kylie, so seeing a picture of myself right alongside her as a baby was fascinating and emotional in a way I can't really put into words. It made me wonder what could have been had it not for the sudden tragedy that would befall upon my cousin and would devastate the whole family shortly after. Just a week after that cheerful Christmas day of 2005, Kylie would mysteriously go missing one dark and cold January night of 2006, never to be seen or heard from again. As for me, I'd since grown into an 18-year-old college student. I had come to stay at my aunt's house for a while because it was conveniently located near the college I studied at. After having lunch and chatting with my aunt and uncle, they took me upstairs to show me the room I'd be sleeping in. I recognized that locked door at first sight. Kylie's room. It had remained locked ever since Kylie disappeared, and all my attempts to enter it when I was a kid had resulted in me getting scolded by my mother and aunt. "Are you sure you can take it? I can sleep on the couch downstairs. You don't have to do this," I asked my aunt and uncle, knowing what that room meant for them, and knowing how they promised themselves to permanently keep that room shut ever since the day they lost Kylie. "We've given it a lot of thought. Don't worry about us, Jane. Kylie loved you. It's what she would have wanted," they replied as they slowly opened the door to Kylie's room. My aunt and uncle had cleaned it up a bit the day before my arrival, but for the most part, it looked pretty much identical to how it did the day Kylie vanished. The pink, flowery wallpaper that decorated the wall, the shelf filled with toys and children's books. The bed and even the bed sheets were also the same. It almost felt as if Kylie herself had just been there earlier that day, as if time had stopped flowing after she went missing. "This room is yours now. Make yourself at home and feel free to call us if you need anything," my aunt and uncle proclaimed before leaving me alone in the room. I spent the remainder of that evening reading a book I had to write an essay about for college. After a couple of hours, I decided I had read enough for that day and opened a drawer next to the bed in order to store the book, only to find that there already was a book inside that drawer, a very special kind of book. It was considerably smaller than my book from college. Its cover was pink with the title being written in big purple letters that spelled, "My Diary." It didn't take a genius to figure out what this book was, and who it most likely used to belong to. I did not hesitate to pick it up, and began reading the first page. I was tired of reading the book from college, but how could I say no to the diary of my long-lost cousin? December 25th, 2005. Dear Diary, it's Christmas Day. I've received tons of presents this morning. I knew Santa Claus was proud of me. I've gotten the new Animal Crossing game for my DS, a pair of woolly earmuffs, and this diary. I wanted a doll like the one all the other girls in my class have. There's even a boy who has the doll too, but he told me to keep it a secret. Mommy says I have to be thankful for what I've gotten, and I guess she's right, so not having the doll doesn't bother me that much. Also, my aunt and uncle and baby Jane have visited us, and we've all had lunch together. Baby Jane is the cutest. I promised my aunt I would take care of her just like Mommy took care of me when I was a baby. Reading that first entry made me shed a few tears. I couldn't help it. I could picture the innocent smile on her face as she wrote on her brand new diary that Christmas day. And the way she talked about me as a baby was so heartwarming, it almost made me feel enraged about the fact I knew I had spent time with her, but was far too young to remember any of it. December 26th, 2005. Dear Diary, what a day. Mommy and Daddy have taken me to a snowy mountain. There were other kids with their parents, and we've played together in the snow. It was so much fun. We made a snowman, and I wanted to give him my earmuffs, but Mommy said I needed them for myself, so my ears can stay warm and cozy. I saw another girl with earmuffs, and hers were much cuter. They were pink and were shaped like hearts. Mine are just round and red. Anyway, the best part of the day was when I found a doll lost in the snow. She looks like an angel. She's not like the doll my friends have, but she's cute, so I've taken her home. And guess what? I've named her Jane, like the baby. That entry made me notice something I had first seen when I entered the room, but I hadn't really paid attention to it until Kylie's diary brought it up. The plush doll that was sitting on Kylie's bed, which was now my bed, I guess. It looked like a traditional angel with a pair of wings, white robes, and a small halo on its head. I had no doubt about it. This doll had to be the same one mentioned in the diary, which Kylie had named after myself. Kylie wrote that she had found the doll lost on a snowy mountain in late 2005, but it looked to be much older than that. It would have felt right at home in an antique store filled with memorabilia from the Victorian era. Who knows where it had come from and what it had been through before being found by Kylie. I figured that continuing to read the diary would perhaps give me more information about that mysterious doll I shared my name with. December 27th, 2005. Dear Diary, Jane cried last night. She was sleeping by my side and she started crying, like a real kid. This morning, I've told Mommy and Daddy, but they believe I'm just playing pretend. But I'm not. I woke up and she wasn't in bed with me. Maybe she didn't want me to pick her up. I tried to cheer her up by bringing her to my friend Sarah's house. We played with our dolls and made a make-believe tea party. Sarah said Jane wasn't as cute as her doll. She said Jane was kinda creepy. I got upset because that made Jane feel sad, so she might cry tonight as well. Thanks a lot, Sarah. That last entry left me utterly baffled. A plethora of conflicting thoughts flooded my mind as I stared at that doll in the bed. No, it simply couldn't be possible. It didn't make rational sense for Kylie's diary entry to be taken literally. Surely it was nothing more than a child with a wild imagination. But still, the sudden tone shift compared to the previous two entries was striking. I had originally planned to sleep with the Jane doll next to me out of respect for Kylie, but after reading her diary, I instead opted to leave it on the shelf with the other toys. It just gave me some bad vibes I didn't quite know how to explain. But I knew there was something about her that felt off, and the fact it was named Jane just like me didn't help either. I woke up in the middle of the night as an odd, high-pitched sound broke the silence. I drowsily looked around the bedroom in pitch darkness in hopes of identifying where the sound had come from, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. I wiggled in bed for a couple seconds, trying to get in a comfortable position to get back to sleep. It was then when I felt something small and soft touching my arm. The Jane doll. There it was, laying next to me. I vaguely remembered having put her on the shelf before going to sleep, but it was late and I was pretty tired. So my sleepy brain assumed that I had just imagined leaving her on the shelf and had kept her in bed this whole time. A short while afterwards, I was woken up by a sudden noise once again. It sounded like a child was crying. I stood up only to see what looked like a small, shadowy figure in the darkness, standing right next to the bed. I also noticed the Jane doll was gone. It wasn't on the bed and it wasn't on the shelf either. I rubbed my eyes, thinking this was just what they call a sleep paralysis demon. You know, an imaginary shadow creature our mind sometimes conjures when you wake up abruptly, and your senses are alert but your mind is still half asleep, and misinterprets reality. But those kinds of illusions are normally static and lifeless and only last a couple seconds. No, that shadowy child was something else. I was sure I could hear them weep. I tried to turn on the lights, but they had inexplicably stopped working. The shadowy child lingered in the darkness, sobbing right next to the bed with their hands covering their face. I sat on my bed, contemplating them in silence. My brain was still too sleepy and confused to move or react in any other way. Kylie? I faintly uttered the first thing that came to my mind as I slowly tried to process what was going on. Upon hearing my words, the child stopped weeping and put down their hands, which had been covering her face. The baby. The baby. Where is the baby? The child yelled in a voice that resembled that of a little girl as they lunged themselves towards me. I finally snapped out of my drowsy state as my survival instincts kicked in. I struggled as the child aggressively tried to grab my hair and tried to hold her arms. The baby, the baby, the child kept uttering. I gathered all the strength I could muster and pushed her out of the bed, causing her to tumble to the floor as I screamed in panic. My aunt and uncle came running in my room and I hopped out of bed. "Jane, what's the matter?" they asked worryingly. The doll disappeared, and then there was a kid, and they attacked me." I shouted in tears as I was trying to make sense of what had just happened. My uncle turned on the lights, and it worked, unlike what had happened when I had tried it earlier. "What doll? The one that's over there on the bed? It used to belong to Kylie. You must have had a nightmare. We understand better than anyone it must be emotionally intense for you to sleep in this room, but there's nothing to worry about." My aunt comforted me as I stared in disbelief at the doll, which had somehow reappeared on the bed. The shadowy kid had vanished without a trace. There were only 45 minutes left until 7 a.m., which was the time I usually woke up at, so I decided not to go back to bed and to have breakfast early. My uncle accompanied me to the kitchen with his characteristic limp as my aunt stayed behind. "Calm down, my dear. Calm down," I heard my aunt murmur. I initially thought she was talking to me, until I noticed her eyes weren't directed towards me, but she instead was looking back at Kylie's room. I brought Kylie's diary with me to college. The last lecture of the day was considered the most boring one by practically the entire class, so plenty of students spent the hour distracting themselves with their computers, playing video games, or checking social media. I opted to spend it reading a few entries of Kylie's diary, desperate to find out more details about my cousin's fate, especially after the terrifying events I had experienced the previous night. December 28th, 2005. Dear Diary, I can't believe it. It's happening for real. First of all, I've lost my second milk tooth this morning while I was eating cereal for breakfast. I've put it under my pillow so the tooth fairy can come to pick it up, but I'm also excited for another thing. My aunt and uncle have gone on a trip to another country together, and have left baby Jane with us in our house for a few days. Hooray! I convinced my mommy and daddy to let the baby sleep in my room with me. I'll ask the tooth fairy to bring me something I can give to baby Jane. Also, Jane the doll cried again when mommy and daddy brought baby Jane to my room in her crib. I think she wants me to put her right next to baby Jane, so I'll do that tonight, and the two Janes can sleep together. Isn't that cute? December 29th, 2005. Dear Diary, I don't understand what happened last night. Baby Jane wouldn't stop crying. Jane the doll was grabbing the baby's face, and baby Jane started moving her adorable tiny hands and feet because she wanted the doll away from her. I grabbed the doll and told her, "Bad, Jane, bad. Hurting babies is what naughty people do." Mommy and Daddy came running to my room to see why baby Jane was crying, and they brought her to their room to sleep with them. Maybe Jane the doll doesn't like baby Jane because they have the same name. I knew I should have named her Annabelle or something like that. My face went pale as I finished reading those 2 entries. For years, I'd believed that Christmas Day of 2005 was the last time Kylie and I had ever spent time together. But apparently I was wrong. I had spent my whole childhood and adolescence asking my family about Kylie, and not even once did they mention that I had spent several days alongside her after Christmas Day, right before her disappearance. It was a hard pill to swallow, but the diary confirmed that my family clearly knew more than they were letting out. But to what extent? Thinking about it sent shivers down my spine, but I had to accept it was a factor I needed to take into consideration if I really wanted to get to the bottom of this. "Hey, are you okay? You look concerned," asked Cindy, a classmate of mine who sat right next to me upon seeing my reaction to Kylie's diary. "It's nothing. I'm just reading a thriller novel with lots of suspense," I replied discreetly, putting the diary away so she wouldn't be able to see what I was truly reading. Cindy was really into creepy disappearances and paranormal experiences. One day she told me a really weird story about a paranormal phenomena occurring at a daycare, but I didn't really pay attention to her. I contemplated asking her for help in solving the case of my missing cousin and the doll, but I ultimately opted to keep investigating on my own. I didn't want to make this rabbit hole bigger than it already was by bringing in people who had nothing to do with it. I arrived at my uncle's house after college and found myself alone for a while. Since my aunt and uncle had gone to hang out with several other families they had met at their collective therapy sessions for families who had lost their children, they were especially close with the parents of a little boy named Hugh, as well as the parents of a teenage girl named Molly, both of whom had gone missing a few years earlier than Kylie in some incident I don't know much about. My aunt and uncle had left lunch prepared for me, so I ate on my own and thought about what I would do later that night. Since I didn't want to sleep with that Jane doll again, I figured reading more of Kylie's diary would give me a solution. December 30th, 2005. Dear Diary, Jane the doll is behaving very badly since baby Jane came to our house. I told my mommy and daddy about it, but they still don't believe that a doll is able to do all these things. Baby Jane sleeps in their room now, but Jane the doll is still causing trouble. Baby Jane and I were having a nap after lunch, but I was in my bedroom and she was in Mommy and Daddy's bedroom while they were in the living room. Jane the doll was in my room at first, but then I fell asleep for a little while and she wasn't there when I woke up. I ran to my Mommy and Daddy's room and Jane the doll was in Baby Jane's crib, and her hands were covering Baby Jane's mouth so she couldn't cry. I grabbed Jane the doll and tossed her to the floor. Tonight, I'll bring baby Jane to my room and leave Jane the doll with my parents while they're asleep. They'll get mad at me, but I don't care. I must protect baby Jane. I was astonished. The experience with the Jane doll I had the previous night made it clear to me it was best to stay away from it. But I never could have imagined it had been after me since I was a literal baby. And Kylie caught on eventually and did her best to keep me safe. I had no doubt that a cursed doll was responsible for whatever had happened to her. It was then when I noticed there was only one last entry of the diary left to read. I eagerly turned the page in order to find out what secrets could Kylie's last testimony hold. January 26th, 2006. Dear Diary, the baby. The baby? Where is the baby? Did Jane take the baby? Did Jane take Kylie? The baby is not with me. The baby. Protect the baby. Kylie must protect the baby. Kylie is here. Jane is here. But where is the baby? Kylie will always protect the baby. Always. If the previous entries had impressed me, this last one simply left me speechless to a point I cannot describe with words. The things Kylie had written up to that point had described outlandish situations, sure, but the events they narrated at least maintained a certain degree of cohesion and structure. In contrast, this last entry didn't really narrate any events at all, and instead seemed like the ramblings of someone who had gone mad, and was in the middle of having a mental breakdown. It was hard to believe a little girl who had once been so innocent and cheerful could have written something like this. But its disturbing content wasn't the only thing that felt off about this last entry. The date. It was supposedly written in January 2nd of 2006, but the previous entry was dated December 30th of 2005. What happened between those two dates? It was apparent a couple of pages had been removed, but by who? Just when I was starting to theorize about the mysterious last diary entry and the pair of missing entries, my aunt and uncle arrived home. For that night, I decided to follow Kylie's plan and get the Jane doll away from my room by putting her in the attic. I also locked my bedroom's door for good measure. I was woken up in the middle of the night once again, only this time it wasn't because of something coming from inside the bedroom, but from the outside. I could have sworn I had heard the attic's door opening at the other side of the hallway. Tap, 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 tap. Footsteps. Someone was coming to my bedroom. It didn't take long before they knocked on the door. Who's there? I uttered but received no response. They kept knocking, again and again, growing more and more impatient until what had started as normal knocking turned into aggressive banging. I lay on my bed, horrified as the entity at the other side of the door began to whisper some familiar words. The baby. A little girl's voice repeatedly uttered. I had no doubt it was the same shadowy child from the previous night. Tap, 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 tap. All of a sudden, the sound of footsteps echoed across the hallway once again. Someone else was heading to the bedroom. I felt shivers down my spine as the sound of rattling keys was followed by the slow and eerie creaking of my bedroom's door. Whoever was there. It was evident that second individual had come to open the door for the shadowy child. For Kylie. I frantically hid under the bed as the door opened and the outline of the two individuals became barely visible in the dark hallway. Right in front of the bedroom, Kylie stepped inside the bedroom as the other individual, who was much taller, began to walk away with a very familiar limp. "You won't take her away," Kylie murmured as she aimlessly roamed around the bedroom. I had tried to talk to her last time, and that had only resulted in her attacking me, so I opted to keep silent under the bed. After several minutes of roaming the bedroom filled with confusion and anger, Kylie crouched and crawled under the bed. My heart was racing as I thought she had found my hiding spot and was coming for me, but to my surprise, she curled into a ball and began weeping, seemingly unaware of my presence just a few inches away. I held my breath as well as the tears that were flowing from my eyes, trying not to make a sound as I slowly wiggled away from Kylie, who was still quietly sobbing in a corner. Slowly but surely I began emerging from under the bed. The upper half of my body had made it out, but I was still struggling with my legs and feet. Bump. My face went pale as I felt my right foot hitting on the bed legs. Kylie yelled as she reached out with her arms to try and drag me back under the bed. She tried to get a hold of my feet, but by that point, I had stopped trying to be stealthy. I stood up and quickly sprinted out of the bedroom as I could see Kylie's blurry silhouette crawling from under the bed. "Jane, what's wrong? Why aren't you in your room?" my aunt and uncle exclaimed in confusion as I ran to their bedroom. "You know what's going on." I replied in a combination of anger and fear. "What are you talking about? Shouldn't you be asleep? You have to get up early to go to college tomorrow," they said, continuing to act clueless. "I'm talking about Kylie. I can hardly believe it myself, but Kylie's still in there. And that creepy doll of hers has something to do with it." "Oh, Jane, we get that Kylie's disappearance has affected you ever since you were a child. We're the first ones who wish we could see her again. We also sometimes imagine that she's still with us, but we have to face the truth and press on. We can't let our lives be consumed by grief. You're tired. You should really go back to sleep. We can talk about this tomorrow if you need to, okay?" my aunt uttered in a soft, motherly voice as she hugged me. Seeing how trying to talk to them was futile, I ended up doing what they told me and going back to sleep, but not to Kylie's bedroom. I spent the remainder of that night sleeping on the couch downstairs. My aunt and uncle and I ate breakfast, gathered around the table in the kitchen, with all three of us eating in silence. Even if you had been a stranger randomly stumbling into the kitchen without the slightest idea of who we were and what was going on, you would have still been able to sense the palpable tension between us pretty clearly. As I finished eating my toast, I took a deep breath before finally deciding to break the ice. "We need to talk. We need to talk about Kylie," I uttered. We returned to staring at each other silently for a couple seconds before my aunt responded. "Sure, honey. If only Kylie could see you all grown up," she said as she shed a few tears. "We can talk about what happened if that's what you want, even though I'm not sure what we can tell you that you don't already know," my uncle added. "Then why didn't you tell me about the fact I was there?" I stoutly asked. Once again, they stayed silent. Judging by their stare, it was clear they were not expecting that question. "I was there the week Kylie vanished. My parents were on a trip and I stayed at your house as a baby, alongside Kylie. I know this because I found her old diary in her room. I've read it all except for a few pages that are missing. Why did no one in my family ever tell me about this?" I continued my interrogation, raising my voice to make it clear I was not joking around. "You were just a baby. We thought that learning about it would be too traumatic for you, and since you had no memory of it anyway, we figured it would be best to omit that detail," my uncle answered once they realized I was going to stop at nothing to find out the truth. "But I'm not a baby anymore. I have the right to find out what truly happened. Oh, and that fact you call a detail is much more than that. Kylie wrote about the time she spent with me. She wrote about that doll that she named after myself. I don't know how or why, but that thing wants something from me. It has wanted something from me ever since I was a baby, and Kylie knew and tried to protect me." "Hold on, Jane, you're taking this too far. Are you suggesting that a simple doll is responsible for my daughter's disappearance?" my aunt asked. "I'm not suggesting it. I'm sure of it. And Kylie, she might not be the same, but she's not entirely gone. That doll has gotten a hold of her. I've seen her. I've seen firsthand what happens in her room every night, I exclaimed. Oh, look at the time. You'd better get going or else you'll be late to college, my uncle said as he forcefully put an end to the conversation. Wait, you can't keep the truth away from me, I protested, but it was no use. My aunt and uncle refused to keep talking and practically dragged me outside of the house. I skipped the last 2 lectures of college and returned to my uncle's home earlier than usual. As I expected, my aunt and uncle hadn't arrived home yet. Great, that gave me some time to continue investigating without being disturbed. It had become evident that my aunt and uncle weren't too fond of me looking into Kylie's disappearance and finding out about things that were never intended for me to know about. That accursed Jane doll was the one behind everything. I had no doubt about it. No matter how much my aunt and uncle tried to deny it, I'm going to be honest. After what happened on my first night spent sleeping in Kylie's room, I originally thought that the Jane doll was haunted by Kylie. But while that assumption turned to be partially correct, I was now sure it wasn't the whole picture. Yes, it had become apparent that Kylie's spirit had somehow become attached to that doll. But Kylie herself wasn't the one in control. The doll was the one pulling the strings, holding Kylie against her will. Indeed, Kylie's diary confirmed that the doll was already alive before Kylie disappeared, or rather, before the doll took her over. If I wanted all of this to end, I had to destroy that doll. I climbed the staircase and confidently marched towards Kylie's bedroom, ready to grab that Jane doll, bring her to the fireplace in the living room, and let her be consumed by the flames. But as I stepped foot inside the room, I realized that the doll was not there, and not only that, but there were no signs of Kylie's diary either. After scouring Kylie's room in search of the doll and the diary without success, I headed across the hallway to the first place that came to my mind. My uncle and aunt's bedroom. There was nothing of importance under the bed, or at their nightstand, or inside their multiple drawers and closets, but I knew they had to be somewhere in that room. Where else could they possibly be? Who else could have been interested in hiding the doll and the diary away from me? Especially after I had explicitly told them I had an interest in those artifacts earlier that morning. I swung open a large wardrobe. At first glance, it seemed to serve no other purpose than to store my aunt's extensive collection of fur coats and scarves. But upon closer inspection, it became clear that there was something else. A small object discreetly tucked at the bottom of the wardrobe, hidden behind the dense row of bulky clothes. I stretched my arms and pulled the mysterious object out of the wardrobe, revealing a dusty wooden box. I opened it without hesitation, smiling of satisfaction as I glanced at its contents. The Jane doll, Kylie's diary, and something else. A pair of pages with something written on them which looked all too familiar. December 31st, 2005. Dear Diary, I've done it. It's the last day of the year, and me and baby Jane will be spending it together. I don't care about what mommy and daddy say. I've locked myself in my room with baby Jane right after having dinner. But we're not going to sleep. She's supposed to be at mommy and daddy's room, but I've swapped her for Jane the doll so I can protect her. Baby Jane makes it hard to focus on writing this because she's sitting on my lap right now being the cutest thing I've ever seen. Aw, she just smiled at me. Focus, Kylie. So anyways, Jane the doll is at mommy and daddy's room, but I know she'll try to come for us tonight. That's why I've locked the door. I will not let her harm baby Jane, no matter what. January 1st, 2006. Dear Diary, it's early in the morning. Baby Jane and I are doing our best to hold out. Jane the doll has been trying to get in for hours. All I can hear is banging and more banging. It's so loud it makes poor baby Jane cry, but Mommy and Daddy are still sleeping in their room. Don't be afraid, baby Jane. If that doll wants to get you, she'll have to go through the door first, and if she manages to do that, she'll have to go through me. Wait, the banging has stopped. I can hear Jane the doll going away. Yes, she's going back to Mommy and Daddy's room. Oh wait, I forgot there were more keys in Mommy and Daddy's room. Before I had enough time to process those 2 diary entries, I was shaken by the sound of footsteps. It sounded like someone was climbing the stairs. I tried to put everything inside the box and hide it away at the last second, but I was too late. My aunt and uncle walked into the room, catching me off guard. We expected you'd find this eventually. I guess there's no need to keep pretending at this point. It's best for us to tell you everything so we can start getting things done, my uncle said in a serious tone. Yes, forgive us, Jane, but we have to. It told us it's the only way, my aunt added as she pointed at the doll. What? What are you talking about? What do you want to do? I asked as my body started trembling in fear. You see, when that doll took our daughter that fateful January night over 17 years ago, the one it was truly after was you, but Kylie would stop at nothing to protect you, and she put herself in between you and the doll, and so, the doll seized our beloved child, holding her spirit hostage for years, to the point she lost the ability to think rationally, and is now just angry and confused, eternally seeking to fulfill a purpose she's unaware that she already accomplished. But the doll always made us know what she was willing to give us back, in exchange for the child it actually wanted. My aunt explained in tears as she picked the doll up. You can't trust that thing. Don't you see it's manipulating you? I replied, but my aunt and uncle no longer listened to reason. We could have done this years ago, but we couldn't bring ourselves to do it when you were still a child. But after all those years spent knowing that our poor daughter was suffering every single day without us being able to do anything about it, we realized there was no other choice, my uncle said as he began advancing towards me. His limp gave me time to back away, but there wasn't anything else I could do. My uncle grabbed me by the neck and immobilized me as I helplessly struggled to liberate myself. Forgive us, Jane. Forgive us, he uttered as I slowly lost consciousness. As I gradually came to my senses, I glanced at the Jane doll, which was sitting on the floor mere inches away from my face as a blurry figure materialized right next to it. Kylie. My parents watched in awe from a few feet away as I broke into tears, never having cried so hard in my entire life. It was then when something snapped in Kylie as she heard my tears. The baby! The baby! Kylie yelled as she grabbed the Jane doll with rage and began ripping it apart. She then walked towards me, gently wiping away my tears with her hands. Baby Jane, she whispered. Our daughter is back. My aunt and uncle uttered in awe, but Kylie turned back and approached my uncle visibly enraged. My uncle and aunt were so shocked by that reaction, they were initially going to hug her, but decided to slowly back away. What's the matter, dear? They asked. But Kylie responded by aggressively lunging herself at the one she caught up to first, my uncle, who tripped and fell down the stairs, hitting his head and dying instantly. My aunt, overwhelmed by the current situation, attempted to jump down the balcony to end it all, but I was able to intercept her and retain her in the bedroom until the police arrived. Kylie and I hugged each other in a long embrace that felt so intense and emotional. It was almost as if we were trying to make up for all the hugs we missed when I was growing up. "You're not a baby anymore. I like that," Kylie murmured before finally fading away. After my aunt got arrested for having assaulted me and held me hostage, the house was emptied out and sold to another family. Kylie's diary was the only thing I managed to keep for myself. "Hey, how was your day? I've heard about what happened with your aunt and uncle," Cindy asked. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm glad this mess has been resolved once and for all," I replied as I was trying to follow the teacher's lecture. It was then when I saw two of my classmates checking something on a computer. It was a listing for an old doll that was being sold online. It was in very bad shape and looked to have been crudely sewn back together and reassembled with stitches. The listing read, "Jane the doll. Warning. Vintage doll found at a crime scene said to have been haunted. Buy at your own risk."